Alright. Let's fucking play this game, dude. Get all the makeup crap off my hands. Get all the makeup stuff away from me. I don't want to see it. I like this zipped up more. Well, like, for today's look. Oh my god, I look like that gym teacher from Glee. Okay. These French fries, I can smell them from so far away. I can't take this anymore. Give them to me now. Okay, so how do I... It just sprayed. These French fries, dude. The best French fries in the land. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. The best French fries to ever exist. Hold on. Okay, hey. I assume I have to be on this side of the screen. Please, I wave hello. I also wave hello to whatever that thing is. I'm scared. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm scared. I'm nervous. I'm horny. Just kidding. And calm down. Oh my god, my thing is spraying. Okay, we're gonna do casual because I know I'm probably gonna rage quit. Let's not shame me for doing an easy game. Let's relax here.
Long ago, a young girl went with her mother to pick berries for her father, who was hard at work. But the forest greeted
he was
them with
hard?
a dark, cold silence, the bushes empty. Yet determined to find the berries, the rascal broke free from Mother's grasp and vanished into the trees.
Shocker, a
Mother's
kid
worried
being
cries
fucking
faded
annoying.
fast as the girl ran on, over vine and under branch.
Fuck
and
them
into
kids.
The forest deep. Feeling strange eyes upon her, the girl recalled Mother's scary bedtime tales, and her throat became bone dry. Then the Bat Lord appeared. He greeted her warmly and bit his own wing. "Come, child, quench your thirst," he said. So she drank the thick, dark blood and smiled with joy. Passing through the graveyard, menacing storm clouds loomed, and the air turned bitingly cold. The girl was shivering in her thin clothes. Then a dark weaver appeared, and with a click of his fingers, crafted mist into a beautiful dress. "Come, child, warm yourself."
I just got gowns.
So she clothed herself and smiled with joy. Across waters deep and ominous she went, hoping a boat she found would carry her home. But hunger's grip tightened and her heart grew heavy. Then the Fish King appeared and offered one
Fish
of his
King.
many fins. "Come, child, eat your fill." So the girl ate and smiled with joy
Oh, she ate.
once more. Continuing on, she soon entered the forest's dark heart. Then an iron steed appeared, bearing a beautiful golden gear. The creature said nothing as the girl approached and snatched what she thought was another gift. The horse grew angry and summoned the other monsters. Terror filled the girl's heart.
That's
as a
what
wild
you
wind
get
rose
when
around
you're
the
a
beast.
stupid fucking kid.
Suddenly, a witch appeared,
Oh.
like an eagle. "Gifts we gave, but more you took," she snarled.
Oh, it's
"More
Mia!
than is due." In a blink, the girl was trapped inside a mirror. There. She's asleep.
The character's name is Mia.
What is with the creepy story? She's only 6 months old.
Woman at the store said it was traditional. A local tale. Besides, Rose doesn't seem to mind.
Because she doesn't understand it. Thank God.
Oh.
We moved here so that she wouldn't have to deal with any of that, remember?
There's nothing wrong with my memory.
Oh.
You're just being paranoid.
It's not... Never
Being
mind.
snappy.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Miss
But I'm
Mia.
not paranoid. I'm just cautious.
Then, go cautiously take your daughter to bed.
Are we married? Is there, like, already a feud in the household? Was that not a red flag to maybe not have a kid? Like, if we're fighting? She was also possessed, and she tried to stab you? Okay. We're touring the red flag factory and
Mother
just
doesn't
letting
want
this
to remember
happen.
it. I can't blame her.
How about that, Mia? Armia is like, what the hell?
Did you say something?
Nothing. I'll put her down.
Push her grandmother down. I'll do it. Fuck off.
Don't get too close to me when I'm cooking, babe.
You just eat from the hot fucking boiling water?
Hey, what are you doing, mister?
Ugh. In your cardigan. I want this cardigan. Mia, where'd you get the cardigan? Mia? I don't like looking down and seeing a baby. Ugh. Well, that's the jump scare. Ah! Ah! This is the Visage house. This house is literally exactly built like the Visage house. You better shut up, baby.
Like I said to your mom, that book's too scary for you.
The baby crying, a jump scare. The most terrifying thing in this game. I'm turning it up, hold on. Okay, should be good.
Your mama and I love this song so much. Almost there, honey.
This baby is set up! What the fuck? Oh, I thought this was his entire room. I was like, what the fuck? This is their bedroom. I'm like, this baby's got a mansion for a bedroom. The fuck? I mean, they do have a nice house.
There you go, sweetheart.
They do have a nice house.
Don't you worry. I'll be right downstairs. Daddy won't let those weird fairy tale monsters get you.
I can't. Can we just say dad? Can we say father? Can we say faddy? Can we say not daddy? Like, can we unnormalize daddy? Monkey! Is that a monkey? What is that? That's a monkey. No, that's a bear. No, that's a monkey. What's that noise? What was that? Me and I had another fight. I accidentally mentioned what happened 3 years ago. I know Mia doesn't like to talk about it. This out of context. I post this when Mia talks about Denali getting eliminated. I know Mia doesn't like to talk about it.
This is fine.
Daddy Ethan, please. It's a business monkey. I want to get... Can we, like, use a weapon? I want to use monkeys in a barrel as a weapon. That'd be fun. Like, watcha, watcha. This would be me as a mother. Hold on! Mommy's crafting a tweet, sweetie! Thank you. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, House. Hello? I'm gonna go over here. What's over here? Why do we have an extra bedroom? Oh.
Gotta do a deep clean before Rose starts walking
Fucking
around.
dusty in here. I can smell the interior of this room.
Everyone's forgotten about this already.
What was that? All babies are collabs. Quote Jenny Raider. Hey, honey. I put the baby down. Now let's get to fucking. Let's make another, honey.
Is she okay?
Sleeping like a baby. That smells good. What's that?
Oh, hands off, mister.
Oh.
It's churba de legume. It's a local recipe.
So a soup.
Wow, you've gone full native, haven't you?
Local wine, too.
Ugh.
But if you're gonna
Like, can we
keep
make
salting
dinner?
on
Maybe
me,
not soup.
Maybe you shouldn't have any. You really have
I'm
to
being rated.
stop worrying.
Wait, is that Jeff?
It's just finding
Jeff!
the pregnancy. Chris
Jeff,
Logan is
thank you
here.
so much for the
Military
raid.
training all happened so fast, you know?
Well, at least
Jeff, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh, I have... Okay, let me turn off... Perfect. Okay, sorry, raiders. You can talk in my chat room now. I'm so sorry. How are you doing, Jeff? Thank you so much for the raid of 56. Anybody coming in, I'm Nemesis on the network around here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you're a raider coming in, refresh the page to help with numbers and analytics if you would so be kind to do that for me. But how was the stream? How was everything? Jeff, you know I love and adore you so much. How was everything? And seriously, thank you for the raid tonight. Sorry, we had our chat in 30-minute only mode because people have been apparently going around spoiling the game. Not that it really bothers me, but it's just trolls being trolls. So make sure you do follow if you want to talk in the chat room. I appreciate it. Thank you all so much for the follows. I'm going to put it back into 30-minute in a couple minutes. But we're just starting. Excuse me. I have French fries. I have pizza. I have alcohol. We're going to have a lovely night tonight. I'm all comfy in my tracksuit. So I'm ready. I'm ready to game. Having a good time. I am a drag queen variety streamer. You're in for a fun ride. I'm excited. Made some decent progress. I have been loving it. Oh my god, wait, you played this today too? I'm so excited. I can't wait to see clips of you playing. How did you feel about the baby at the start of the game? Did you love? Did you live? Did you laugh? Oh my god! Double raid! Ah! Oh my god, please. Was Trashly playing as Jake Fortnite tonight? Trashly! Thank you so much for the raid as well. Thank you all so much for coming out. How's everybody doing? I am Nemesis around the network here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. I usually play retro games. I'm a drag queen variety retro streamer. I play GameCube, Wii, and Nintendo 64 games, but today we're playing the new Resident Evil. I know, don't I look like Sharpay Evans? I literally did not expect this to look so much like Sharpay, but I look like Sharpay Barbie, like, just very that vibe. Thank you again. She rocks it. I have a feeling the baby's gonna, like, grow up to be, like, she's gonna grow up wearing makeup. She's gonna serve it. She's gonna wear high heels. She's gonna be a diva. Miss Rose. Yes, you do. Thank you. Everybody, I am putting chat into followers only for 30-minute mode because people have been attacked by hate raiders in the Resident Evil 8 category, especially LGBT streamers. So if you want to continue and talk and chat, make sure you follow now. I'm going to switch it back into a followers only mode just because people have been hateful to LGBT streamers in this category. But thank you all so much for coming in. We got a double raid. Thank you, Trashly and Jeff, for the raids. A strong deep. Oh my god, period. Did you see Deer's Lady D? Like, amazing. Like, was so good. Trashly, what did you do today? That's why we aren't... Oh, no, my mods just haven't changed it. But also, like, I think it would be for the better if we're just not in it. Oh, we've been following. Thank you. Dead by Fortnite. I love that for you. I love that journey for you. Did I throw away my tissue? I need that tissue. Oh god, I threw it away. Fuck. Do I have anything I can blow my nose into? I'll use this face mask. I don't use this face mask. You can change it. I'll change it in a second. Well, no. I'll change the chat in a second, and then when we change it, I'm gonna close the chat just because I don't want any trolls. And then you can change the category. But we're gonna continue. We're gonna have a good time. If you don't want to watch because you want to play the game, no worries. I'm here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm streaming today because today it came out. And I wanted to play this game, but enjoy your stay. I appreciate the raids. I forgot my headphones, so I can't hear you. I wave to safety. I eat some french fries.
We're all together. You, me, Rose. Now, everything's gonna
Seriously? Think we can just forget about what happened in Louisiana?
It happened so long ago.
Yeah, Jeff, it's been really bad
I
apparently.
don't understand
Someone
why
said
you
it to
are
me.
so...
Mia, get down!
Huh? Ow, 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 ow! Ow, ow, ow! What's going on?
Mia.
That bitch is fucking dead. Daddy! Daddy! Good, shoot her, bitch, if you're here. Period.
No!
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going, keep going. I'll be next.
Why?
Shoot me next, Chris. Come on, Daddy, go.
Go on, move! All clear.
Rose?
They're taking the baby.
My daughter!
Package secure, sir.
Take him away.
I said get your hands off her!
Ethan, no.
He is so fine. Oh!
Rose.
Get him out of here.
This is Village still. All right. That was literally the first 5 minutes of the game. Like, that was a lot to unpack.
Hey, Doc.
Hello, Mr. Winters. I've got your daughter's results back.
Oh, Ivy Winters.
Document them. How about next Thursday, 4 o'clock?
No problem. We'll be there. That was the doc. She'll see us next week. Hey, now. Think positively, all right? We talked about this.
I know. We hardly talk about anything else. I keep telling you, it's not Rose that I'm worried about.
Well, then what are you worried about? Look, she's gonna be fine. I just know it. What else matters?
We matter, Ethan! You matter! You just
Mia, what are you talking about? Is there something you're not telling me? Come on, talk to me. Damn it. I have to take this.
Oh, a baby. Oh. How cute. You said it, Fisher. That wasn't me.
Jesus.
Oh. Hey, guys. Hi, Jenny. Jenny, all babies are collabs. The baby in this game, all babies are collabs, Jenny.
About damn time. What's your status?
Safety!
What are you
Wait, is
talking
that
about?
safety? Yeah, that is safety. Thank you for resubscribing.
Rose.
Who is this? This is a secure channel.
Oh, the chat lights it up for Jenny. Did everybody see Jenny's performance the other day?
Fuck.
The other day, as if it wasn't yesterday.
What the hell happened here?
Everybody tip Jenny. And the encore. Jenny, I was saying that, like, I love when London does shows because they just don't, like, give a fuck. They'll be like, yeah, we'll play it again. I don't care about the lineup. We'll play the music again. We'll play the video. They host the best shows. Hi, Oppa. I think I said hi, Oppa, when you came in. I hope I did. Oh, Jenny's booked in Blast. Oh, and you pulled it out. Oh. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, girl. Just don't touch the barbed wire next time. What was that? Is someone there? What the fuck is that? What are these? Oh, they're birds. Oh, she passed away. Oh. Gotcha! Excuse me. Oh my god, there's. Oh! I was watching Deer play last night and I have no idea what happened. Please. I watched bits and pieces because I kept going in to see Deer's cosplay. What was that? Hello? Is someone there? Oh, I'm about to die. Oh, it's just a little bridge. I thought it was like an actual lake we could dive in. Lots of moaning from Ethan. Ethan moaning ASMR. If anyone wants an Ethan stan and you like to hear him moan, this is your game. Oh, there's a door. Let me shut that, honey. Oh shit, in the sink. Please. Were you working on homework last night? Is that why? Or were you just like... What's on the table? We got a spoon. Is that toothpaste? Is that an enema? What is that? Oh. Excuse me, sorry. What was that? Just some ugly clothes. A fleet enema. Hi, Fox. So happy to see you. How are you doing? Oh, we're going downstairs. Towards the noises. Okay. Which are very distracting for me. So true, Jenny. Oh my god, Jenny, I was gonna text you. The new Plague skin kind of gives me Jade tease. Did you see it? Not the one they're releasing for the skin contest, but the one in the battle pass. She's like wrapped up in like green bandages. And she like barely has a face mask on and she looks very pretty. She looks so pretty. It gives me like very like Jade tings. Oh, a book. Oh, taking a picture. Ethan's tough, not smart. That is so true. Like when there was someone coming up behind the cop from the first game and he just let him die. Ethan was like, oh. All right. Hello? Oh, there's blood on the door. Oh, a little rat! Hey, Ratty! He was chowing down. Is everything all right upstairs? Someone's getting pounded upstairs. The upstairs neighbors are really loud. Hello? Oh. Okay. Oh, yummy. Thank you so much. You like the little
What's it all?
tracksuit? It's super comfy, so that's why I wore it today. I was originally gonna do my Lindsay cosplay for this game, and everywhere we go, I was gonna be like, "Are you Tyler?" But I decided against it. We'll do it for another game. Because I didn't want to wear my titty bib. Sorry, I'm so gassy for no reason. Who came through this house in like 5-foot pleasers stomping all over the ground? But also get ready to run from spooky monsters. Oh my god, dear god.
Where the hell am I?
It's the Villig. Resident Evil Veleg. Lady Delta, whatever. Please, I don't even know how to pronounce her name. I'm gonna call her Lady Delta. Lady Delta. I can't wait to meet Lady Delta. Do I have Delta on the screen? No, where'd Lady Delta go? Oh my god, Delta's dead! Oh, she's on another thing. Oh my god, don't restart! Please?
Maybe
Lady
maybe not.
Dominoes. I want to meet her. What if she had like, what if she had like a skin? Hello? What if she had a skin that she had like a pizza hat on and she had like pizza instead of her claw, it was like a pizza? I don't even know why I'm looking around because like I can't get any like ammo or anything. Like I don't have my weapon yet. Was someone over here? Some alcohol. Oh, some flour. Is that flour? Sure. As the first option, literally. Like, I almost just restarted the game. Huh? Uh-huh.
What happened?
Oh, these poor animals. What did they even do to you, you sick fox? What is with every video game, instead of killing humans, they kill animals as like these scary, like, ambient things on the map? You know what? Honestly, humans should be first on the list. If there's gonna be a list for like things that need to die in video games, humans should be first. Second should be... Yeah, no, wait. First... First should be men, then humans, and then animals. Oh no, insects, and then animals. A chicken! Kylie Jenner to the foyer. I have a surprise for you. Alar. I feel like my mouth is bleeding. Nope, not bleeding. Is that a chicken? You're telling me I can't go through this curtain? What do you mean it's a curtain?
Did they just run out of the house?
I would too if someone wanted to do that. Just eating. Oh, a knife! What do you have? Is someone in there? I'm just eating my French fries. Like, hey everyone.
No, friendly. Friendly.
Who are you? Who sent you?
Nobody. There was an accident down the road and...
What was that?
What's going on?
Oh, sir, you are ugly.
Oh no. They're coming.
Who is? What the hell was that?
You have a gun?
No,
That's Lady
Please tell
Delta.
me you have a gun.
no, why would I?
Take it! Take it!
What is happening?
No, South Road. Hey, are you listening? Hey!
Well, he was ugly, so, I mean... You know. Oh! What is... Ow!
Dead body?
No, Ethan, it's an alive body. What the fuck does it look like, Ethan? Wait, do these monsters kill all men?
Jesus
Fuck
Christ.
men! Fuck men!
What the hell is wrong with this place?
There's only dead men in here. Period. I'm with the monsters. Hashtag I'm with her.
Shit!
Why was the monster kind of caked up? He had pecs? Okay.
What was that?
Ethan loses his hand again. Leave it to Resident Evil to have Ethan lose his hand. Look, it has big titties. Look! I want to suck those titties. Oh my god.
What the hell?
Is he dead? Is he dead yet? 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 Hi, Sheena. Why was the monster caked up? For no reason. What if I went back and he wasn't there? Huh? I am just trying to get ammo. Okay, that music, did not like that sound effect at all. Just want to put that out there. What did I just say? I said, what if I went back and he was gone? I hate it here. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay. Bye, Marshall. Oh. Just keep walking up the stairs. Just keep going. It's fine. Oh! Okay. What was that? Why are there so many of them already?
Surrounded. Damn it.
I don't know what to do! Ah! Ow!
Is it over?
Hello. If there are any survivors out there, come to Louisa's house near the fields.
Survivors?
Okay. I can hear them. Ew, it's so scary. I hate it. Paul. Please, I did nothing to you. I really did nothing. You could just leave me alone. It's fine. Oh! I'll be going down here. Ha ha hee hee yo!
There's no end to them.
Oh my god! Why is this so much scary already? What do I do? So what now? So what's going through everybody's head? So what now? So what do we do? So what now? They can ride horses? No, hey guys, listen. I'm gay. You don't want to eat me. You'll catch the gay. You don't want it. It's very contagious. Don't eat me. Oh, he only has 3 fingers. Haha. What was that?
Wait, wait.
There's so much happening. I can't. This is too much. There's witches. There's giant guys with sledgehammers. What is that guy's name from Harry Potter? That literally looked like him. Hey, girl.
In life and in death, we give glory.
Hello?
Yes, it looked like
You
Hagrid.
shouldn't be out here. It's not safe. What the hell? Hey, can you hear me?
It's you, the child's father.
Child? Hey, wait. Do you mean Rose? Is she here?
Rose! Rose, yes.
The winner is
Since
Rose.
Mother Miranda brought her to the village, we have fallen into darkness.
What are you talking about? The monsters?
The castle bell heralds danger. They're coming!
No. Wait. Where's Rose? Who's Mother Miranda?
The bell tolls for us all. They're coming again!
Boo.
Rose is here?
Where's Rose? Does it taste like 4th place? Lady Delta is hot, but who's gonna cosplay this old lady? So true. I'll cosplay her because I kind of look like her already. Is that Lady Delta? Oh no, that's just a rock. I literally thought that was Lady D. It's like, oh. Love an old lady. LaCroix. Thank you, LaCroix. The bug lady? You mean the one from the first game? Marguerite? Oh, look at the llama! Oh, that's a goat, not a llama. Why did I say llama? Why did I say llama? Anywho. Break it with my knife. Why would I need to break it with my knife when I can just do this? Oh. Pikachu. I hate that sound effect. It goes, meow. Oh, I know who the bug lady is now, Jenny. The ones in the hoods. I know who they are. Oh, a typewriter. Mrs. Hitchcock, Did you see the full moon tonight? I'm more interested in exploring your feminine mystique. Oh, Mitch's Hitchcock. Oh, what the hell? Peekaroo. The way I know that entire scene for no reason. For no reason.
Guess this leads to the castle.
Oh, I got one part. Oh. It doesn't fit. Okay, I'm trying to move it. Sometimes you just gotta put a little elbow grease on it to make it fit. Oh my god, a lube called elbow grease. My mind. Anyways. You think you're clever, don't you? Oh, and I think I am. I thought it was pretty funny. I laughed. Nobody else laughed. Let me in. Let me in. Just disrespecting these gravestones. So rude of me. Oh, thank you for the biddies. It seems to be locked from the other side. Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies. Why are my alerts just off? Nice. Not pisses cutely. Huh? I know what I must do. It's my time. Not funny. Didn't laugh. Oh. That's a lot of biddies. Oh, I can't use it for that item. Thank you so much for the biddies, y'all. I appreciate you. BRB taking a nap. Enjoy. Church. Lasagnas. What does that say? Late. That literally says lasagna. Should disaster... I'm reading that. Should disaster fall upon the village, seek out the crest. One is in the care of the church, the other is at Lasagna's house. Okay, let's go to Lasagna's house. Wait, I need to see again. Follow the Yellow Dick Road. Oh hey, it's the thing from the intro! I was just admiring the land. You don't have to go crazy. Oh. Oh my. Oh, there's plenty of MILFs. We just started Gorge. Lady Delta is the MILF. Like, the original MILF. There's no other MILF, just Lady Delta.
Close the door, please.
Is this lasagna?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Stay back.
Please, don't hurt us.
Whoa. It's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you.
I got
I'm just
pizza!
glad to see normal people at last.
Do you guys want
Have you seen any
pizza?
other survivors?
No.
Look, it looks real good.
And she's not answering and the gate is locked.
Quiet girl.
No?
He's an outsider.
Okay, I'll have it myself.
Shit, we're sitting ducks in here. Can your old man walk?
No. One of the monsters cut him. He's lost a lot of blood. We have to get into Louisa's house.
Quiet! Must be a way inside. Stay here, be quiet, and don't move until I get those gates open.
There's something sticky on the bottom of the box. Thank you for more biddies. I don't know why my bot is like not working. Oh? So true. Thank you for the biddies. I think. I don't know why my alerts aren't like showing up on my screen. Oh, because they're not. Okay. Because maybe because they weren't. What was that? Please stay away. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, get some, bitch. Aw. What are you gonna do? You have no head, haha. So no head. How do I get in? Oh. Excuse me. Oh.
Hang on, Papa.
You fucking bitches didn't tell me I could go out this way.
We must do something quick.
Come on, it's clear.
Yeah, but I killed everybody. So.
Took your damn time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Who's this fucking boomer? I know he would call me the F word. I want to kill him. Whoever this nice lady is.
Other people. I'm sorry.
No, you can't call yourself an ally. I know what he says behind closed doors,
Safer than out
ma'am.
there, that's for sure. Hey, do you know anything about what's going on around here?
It doesn't make any sense. Mother Miranda has always protected us.
Nobody's answer.
Father? We have to get inside.
Oh, he's dying. Oh, he passed away. Oh.
Just hold on a bit longer, Papa.
No, fuck him. Yo, I'm out. Shoot him. Fuck this dude.
There's so much blood.
Good. Fuck him.
Hello?
Let me in!
Maybe a familiar voice. Louisa! Open up! It's me, Elena!
Stop shouting. You'll draw the monsters.
Julian, calm down.
Who's this?
A friend!
Stay back.
Lasagna.
Father! For God's sake, Julian, let us in.
No, they'll smell the blood. You'll endanger us all.
My father will die out here.
That's not my problem.
What's going on?
These people want to
Oh,
let a
great
dying
gowns,
man
beautiful
in wild.
gowns.
Come now, these people are our friends. Go on, go inside.
Is that Jamie Lee Curtis?
This way. You're not from this village.
No. I'm Ethan.
Julian, go make yourself useful and check the grounds. I said go!
Okay, she fucks. She tops.
Well, if Elena trusts you,
MILF.
Then so
MILF.
do I.
MILF. MILF.
Come
MILF.
inside,
MILF. MILF.
wait here.
It's
I'll
not
check on the
MILF
others.
Monday, it's Father Friday. Fuck men. Unfortunately, I cannot participate in the festivities. Super cut of Nub saying Father Friday.
This way.
These shoulder pads? Okay.
Come inside, the others are waiting.
What the fuck is this? Outsiders, you're gonna get us all killed.
Quiet, Anton. He helped Leonardo and Elena.
We were doing fine by ourselves.
Please, Ethan, take a seat.
Is this all that's left? From your entire village?
All that's left? All that's left? There is no one left!
Oh.
A worthless invalid?
Okay, well, you're a drunk, so.
Stupid, wailing bitch! And you! You drag a bloody man and an outsider in here like it's nothing? And expect to be all safe?
Okay, sir, I
There
wish
is
you were
no
saying that to me
safe.
because I wouldn't let this happen.
Every sorry bastard out there has been ripped in
I would let you
half.
have it. I take that bottle out of your hands and knock it over your head because you're drinking plenty of them. I know you got more in the back. You have a problem.
Tomorrow we'll all be
Tell me I'm wrong. Where did I lie?
just like her damn husband. Put a sock in it, Roxana!
That's enough!
Yo,
This
fuck this
house
man.
has
Fuck
protected
men.
my family for
Fuck
generations.
men. Men are
Drunk
wallets.
Or not, you are all welcome and safe in here.
Whatever.
Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?
We don't know. One day we were a quiet, devout village, and the next, the monsters came and attacked us. And they kept coming.
Wait, Louisa. Where is your husband?
Yeah, because that man doesn't respect women.
No, he is out there. Somewhere. He went to get help. Yes, that's it. He went to fetch help.
Let us pray. For him. For all of us.
Good idea. Come. Gather.
Oh, I don't know about this, Gorge. I hold everybody's hand.
Great ones, hear our
Baruch
voice.
atah.
Together as one in reverence.
I don't know this shit.
Call on thee.
I only know Hebrew.
The endless dark. To deliver us into fate's hands.
Y'all, I'm gay.
As the
I can't,
midnight
okay.
moon rises on black wings, so we make our sacrifice and await
I like
the
it in my ass.
end. In life and in death, we give you glory, Mother Miranda.
Now,
Amen.
the tea should be ready. Come help me, Elena, please.
That prayer. I've heard it before. There was an old woman near the graveyard.
Thou must pray.
Give me the hag.
Before thou putteth on it
Crazy as
a thongit.
There is wisdom
Thou
in
must
her
pray.
devotion, though. And I hope it protected her as it shall protect us.
What are you doing?
Who gave this man a machete? Oh, 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 put down the fire! Oh, oh, oh,
Father!
Elena, no, stay back!
No, let me go!
Can someone?
We have to go!
Oh, oh,
Let him go!
Her.
Elena?
I said no!
Period, queen.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Father.
It's okay.
Hey,
He was a
I
bitch
wasn't
anyway.
your father anymore. You did the right thing. Elena, no. There's nothing you can do.
Papa!
This entire place is collapsing. couldn't
Okay, but
save
that
him.
MILF was hot.
He
and we
was
just
already
left her.
gone.
She got stabbed for no reason.
Leave me alone.
No, we're getting out of here. Together.
This is a lot to unpack.
We gotta get out of here.
What do you mean, leave me alone? Girl, you're the one that shot him. Hello? She actually was the one that just killed him, and she's like, wait, leave me alone, you're a bitch. Like, hello? What do you mean, Resident Evil person? I don't know your name. Oh, some keys. Oh, screwdriver. What's on this note? Take the screwdriver out of the key ring. Oh. Well, I already did that because I'm smart. Rep the MILF. Literally. They killed her because it's not MILF Monday. If we played this on MILF Monday, they wouldn't have killed her. So fucked up. They should have released this game on a Monday. MILF Monday! Fuck yeah!
Damn, the fire's moving fast.
Okay, let's get out of here.
What are you thinking?
Step back. We can bust out with this.
Oh, I have to drive? Well, I never said I was a good driver. Now the car is on fire.
Ethan!
Did we tip over?
Ethan! Are you alright?
I'm fine. Let me back up again.
The fire. There isn't any time.
Nowhere to go but up. Grab on. Hurry.
She's very sus. There's something on with her.
Don't worry. And try not to breathe in the smoke.
I know.
Everybody hold your breath.
Thank you, Ethan. You're kind. I hope your family is safe.
I do too. Once we get out of here.
Oh my. Don't look down.
It'll hold. There. That's our way out.
Thank God.
Did he just grow back his thumb?
But then, the village is still full of monsters.
And I have a
can't fight
shotgun.
them. There's too many.
I have a shotgun.
Hey, don't talk like that. We'll find a safe house to put you in until I can find my daughter. My hunch is she's in that old castle.
No. That place is full of nothing but blood and death. And I don't want to be alone while you're... Father?
Elena, no. That's not him. Not anymore.
He said my name. Father!
Wait, it's not safe. Stay there.
Okay.
Come on. Give me your hand.
Literally fucking... No. Put...
Ethan, go. Save your daughter.
Elena, don't give up. Reach for me. Damn it.
You are a dumb bitch. You deserved it. You are a dumb fucking bitch. How are you gonna shoot your father, and then when he comes back and he says your name, you're gonna run towards him and a burning fucking building going down? You're a dumb bitch. You deserved it. You deserved it. You deserved it. D-E-S-E-R-V-E. Deserved. I-T. It. I can spell.
I just don't get it.
No, I don't get it either, Ethan. Fuck her. All my homies hate Elena.
This place is going mad. Why the fuck is this happening again? Shit!
See, I told you we couldn't call her an ally. I knew it. I told y'all we couldn't call her an ally. I called it. What was that?
Who's there?
Stop! Mother Miranda!
Hey! Who was... What was that?
What was that? Fails to help a friend in need. Okay, but also, like, she literally just jumped to her death. Like, she was literally safe. Like, what was she thinking going back? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're gonna go down in a burning building when you shot your father? Like, what? I just don't. I don't get it. What is that? Oh, it's the witch lady.
Death. Yes. Death has visited them all.
By the way, hi, Necro. Again, I don't know if I said hi or not. But hi. I want to be this old lady. She seems like a good time. The demon, big fat cock. Yeah, literally. At least the old lady is very vocal about being like, oh, about being kind of sus. Miss Elena is just dumb, just dumb. And they killed Jamie Lee Curtis MILF mom that was there. I'm very upset by that. They just killed her like that. That made me upset. How am I gonna get my Activia now? I do have to admit, it is getting... Hold on, I don't think my shirt is covering my tetas. It is getting pretty steamy in here. Will you be streaming tomorrow as well? Not sure yet. I might skip to Sunday, but we'll see. What the fuck?
Didn't think anyone was left. You must be pretty tough. Huh.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh.
Is that Ozzy Osbourne?
Even better. Mother Miranda's gonna love you.
Ozzy? That's literally Ozzy Osbourne.
Wait, you're whining. We're almost there.
The man is of no real use to anyone else, and my daughters do so love entertaining foreigners. Furthermore, I can assure you you entrust the mortal.
Who is that?
My daughters and I shall deliver to you the finest.
Way ugly! I want to see! He's away!
You shut the fuck up!
I love this doll. I'm obsessed.
You mean you'll screw around with him in private?
Lady Delta! Lady Delta!
Give him to me, and I'll put on a show that everybody can enjoy.
Ugh, so gauche. What do we care for bread and circuses? The man thinks suffering is assured.
Yak, yak, as a man's dick is cut off in the castle, blah, blah, blah.
His dick's cut off? Oh.
I've heard all your arguments. Some of you were less persuasive than others, but I've made my decision.
These are hot character designs.
Heisenberg, the man's fate is in your hands.
Mother Miranda, I must protest. Heisenberg is but a child, and his devotion to you is questionable. Give the mortal to me, and
Good morning,
I'm
Serena.
sure he is ready.
Shut your damn hole! And don't be a sore loser. Go find her food somewhere else.
Quiet now, child. Adults are talking.
I'm the child. You're the one who's arguing with Miranda's decision.
You wouldn't know responsibility if it was welded
Oh,
to
keep growing. One day your head might actually fit your ego.
Hey, don't I get a say in this?
My favorite is the doll.
My decision is final. There will be no argument. Remember from whence you came.
Thank you. Huh. Lycans and gentlemen, we thank you for waiting. And now let the games begin.
Let's see what you have. Ethan Winters.
Get ready.
This cast has outsold the previous. You cannot tell me, if anyone says this game is worse already than Resident Evil 7, you're a liar, you're a snake, I don't want to talk to you, you can block me, I can't. Lady D is so sexy and fine, and her character design is so signature, and she's probably gonna be one of the most iconic video game characters moving forward in history. Like, she is going to be the moment. Like, people are already cosplaying her, she's like the moment already. Like, just saying that. Miranda, I don't know anything about her, but her wings, stunning. Like, literally so cool. The little doll creature character, one of my favorites of all time now. Do you, like, that is such a cool design. I love, like, dolls already, obviously Bratz, but, like, the, like, porcelain doll and, like, how she's, like, already, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. And this hot guy that looks like Ozzy Osbourne that has, like, teleportation powers, and then this weird hunchback dog thing. Like, amazing. I'm obsessed. I don't even care what they do or what they say later in the game. I'm obsessed.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Showtime!
I think the voice actor of
Jesus Christ!
the guy with the hat is from the first, is the dad from the first game, I think. I could be totally wrong.
Very nice, Ethan.
Not you again, Hagrid. Oh! Saying if there was like a show for all the villain characters in this game, I would watch it. It's a solid, diverse cast. I'm obsessed.
You're
like
still alive? Impressive.
Like diverse cast of like supernatural like concepts. We haven't even seen the bug ladies too. The bug ladies are hot. I'm already obsessed. Like this game is so cool.
Shit!
My word. You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get away, did you? Gotta keep Donna in the row entertained. So now it's time for the beautiful.
Oh. I want this to be my background. Aw, man.
Jesus Christ!
That's right. Run for your life.
My jaw fucking kills when I tell you, like, I don't know what is going on. I've got my wisdom teeth out. I've gotten...
Very nice, Ethan.
like, everything out. My jaw is in a lot of pain. It's so hot in my room. I turn the heat off. It's just the lights that are making me hot.
You're still alive?
And do you grind your teeth? I don't think I do, but I couldn't tell you if I did or not. And I don't want to record myself sleeping, because then I would probably hear, like, creepy people talking to me or something. I don't know. How do you stop grinding your teeth in your sleep? Is that even possible? Like, how do you prevent yourself from doing that?
My word. You truly are as strong as they say. Oh, you didn't think I'd let you get away, did you? Gotta keep Donna and Moreau entertained. So now it's time.
Maybe I should buy one and see if I feel better.
Grand finale. Nothing like fresh American ground beef.
I mean, my sister grinds her teeth, so maybe it's like something in the family that I'm just not aware of.
Wait, do those freaks have Rose?
Like, the last, like, week, it's been really bad. Maybe it's because I'm taking melatonin. Maybe that's what melatonin's doing, because usually melatonin gives me weird, like, side effects. Like, one time I, like, woke up and my, like, fists were clenched, like, really bad. Yeah, maybe it's that then, because it's literally just a sore jaw. Like, it's nothing else. And I've gotten my wisdom teeth and everything out, so... I'm sweating. I'm gonna take this off for a little bit. Oh! From sucking dicks. I don't have any breasts on, because I wanted to be comfy today, so... Don't judge me. Actually, oh. Oh, we saw this.
I've been waiting for you, Mr. Winters.
Thank you. I'm gonna quickly go get my fan. Because I don't like being hot. Hot and dangerous. Oh my god, the temperature difference between coming into my office, between my bedroom, just because there's lights in here. Girl. I'm gonna keep my door open for a little bit. Hopefully I'm not— oh my god! I literally thought I was about to break, like, I mean, what's it called? Flash you. My boob almost just came out. We should do a hot tub stream this summer. Because they're so controversial right now. Because my family has a hot tub. Hot tub streamer. DJ on my necklace, ass. On my knuckle, ass.
How do you know my name?
Anyone who is anyone has heard of the likes of you. A hero searching for his daughter. Though I must say, that castle arouses suspicion.
It arouses you.
And so do
I am but a humble merchant.
Here?
Oh, forgive my manners. Call me the Duke.
Oh, I put this sweater
Down to
right back on.
business. Weapons, ammunition, healing salves, anything you desire, I can provide. Naturally.
He's kind of hot.
Please do take a look at my new stock. Come now, I'm a merchant after all. I'm buying this because of our relationship, you know. Pay me no mind. This simple modification can be done in just a moment. Thank you for your patronage.
Can I zoom in?
Shall I choose something for you? Thank you for your patronage.
He's cute. I like him.
Could Rose be here?
Roseby? Who's Roseby? $3. Bella, Cassandra, Daniela. Oh my god, meet Jewel and Serena. How do you pronounce Lady D's name? Demetriescu? Demetriescu. Dimitriescu. Did I do it? Escargot. Am I close? Boot. What was that? Dimitrescu. Dimitrescu. Jimmy Neutron? Lady Jimmy Neutron? Lady Jimmy True? Oh, this lace? Oh. What a nice place. What was that? Who's yelling? Tina Burner as Lady Jimmy Neutron, please. Oh my god, I want someone to do like a... Why has no one done like a drag number of Jimmy Neutron and like done like the wig that's like... Lady Nemi dress cool. So true. I dress cool. You're dying for it. Okay. Mask the Angels. Oh, I was reading that. Oh no.
Looking for Rose?
They're so hot. I love them. Oh! Right in the knee.
Man blood.
Okay. I'm with them.
Mother, I bring you fresh prey.
You are so kind to me, daughters.
Lady Delta! Lady Delta!
Now, let's take a look at him.
Mommy! Mommy!
Well, Ethan Winters. You escaped my little brother's idiot games, did you? Let's see how special you
I'm going feral!
Yes, Mother.
Big titties, big titties, big titties. Oh.
Starting to go a little stale.
Then let's devour his man flesh quickly, Mother.
I am the one who captured him.
Now, daughters. First, I must inform Mother Miranda. But later, well, there will be enough for everyone. Put him up.
Hey, wait.
The way I'm like, just kill Ethan, I don't care.
Oh, be careful what you wish for, Ethan Winters.
Wait, what are you doing?
I don't think you understand. I'm obsessed. I love the design of the three girls and Lady D. Like, wow, I'm obsessed. Wait! The new Resident Evil chapter is coming out soon and they just put him on a hook. Lady D just put him on a hook. Lady D just put this character on a hook like Debiana, like in Dead by Daylight. Coincidence? Coincidence? We'll see when the Resident Evil chapter comes out. I think it's gonna be Lady D.
You crazy witches.
Me when I pour alcohol on my wounds and suddenly I'm better. Jump in the fire. I dare you, Ethan. Just stealing her silverware. Her good drinking glass. I more so like I like the design. Well, if I were to cosplay out of the two, I'd probably cosplay the three girls. Maybe because they're blonde, I have a affinity for them. And also because I feel like everybody's done Lady D already, like, so well. You know what I mean? Who's Bella? Oh, well then fuck my drag. There's no reason to try if Deer did it. I quit drag. Ugh, I love the creepy doll. I want to do the creepy doll. Then my yellow teeth would show. Yellow teeth gang. Why am I stuck? Oh.
Where have they taken Rose?
Oh, I know what happens here. Oh, well, I guess I don't. But I know this room is where Lady D makes her appear. What was that? Why did I think that was Shane Dawson? Moving on. Literally. I was like, how dare they put him in this game? Please. Oh. They better not. They just drink blood. Wait, that's so funny though. I didn't even realize it. Like, they drink blood, but that's like kind of like back in old times when they would like do that. They would use like blood as like face masks. You know what I'm talking about? And they used blood as like blush because they didn't have makeup like back in the day, like way back in the day. That's a nice detail. I don't know if that's intentional, but I think it's supposed to be inspired because this is inspired by like olden times. What if I just walked in and she was just on the bed? I'm like, oh! Hello. Oh, really? I didn't even realize that either. So true. I hear movement. What do you mean? I'm probably gonna get this done in one stream. My dumbass not knowing how to do puzzles. Like, who told me that I was gonna do this one stream? So yeah, I probably will stream tomorrow. But I don't know if I'll stream Sunday. Who knows? We'll see how I feel in the morning. There's something in these rooms that I haven't gotten. Pretty graphic. Yeah. Yeah. She's not even in, she's in Roanoke, but she's like not in it like at all. She's like in it for 2 seconds. She's Scathach or something. Which is like the bad entity that's haunting them. Which, I don't know why. She did flawless in Hotel. I don't know why she has never been utilized for more than just the 2 episodes. I hope she's in the new one. How they're doing like horror stories and stuff. I hope she's in it. Because I'm dying for it. What do these need? What are those? Really? That's interesting. I wonder why they put an end to that. Literally, she would have served as the highest supreme. That's weird that they just kind of scrapped it. Oh, in Roanoke as well? Oh, it's a lockpick.
Oh, we meet again.
Duke, why are you here?
Where there's coin to be made. And have you found your daughter?
No.
If she is truly here, the lady of the castle would have kept little Rose in her private chambers, would she not?
Dimitrescu?
The very same. Why don't you take a look?
Dimitrescu?
Maybe you'll get lucky. And speaking of looking, care to make a purchase?
Her name's Dimitrescu.
As you wish.
Dimitrescu. Demi Lovato.
What are you buying? Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
Oh, that's a cute reference. What are you buying? It's a reference to the seller in Resident Evil 4.
Trustworthy, fair exchange.
That's funny. I love that. That makes me happy. Recipe, shotgun it. Oh, you can make stuff. Ooh, I like that.
I saw you eyeing that one.
I've never played Resident Evil. I played Resident Evil 4 for a couple chapters, but I never finished it.
Thank you for your patronage.
Shout out to everybody hanging out in tonight's stream. You are so sexy and loved by me. I'm also loving this game. There's no way I'm finishing it in one stream. As much as other people can do that, I can't finish it. Wait, what is that? Hold on, go to the map again. Oh, that's him. That's his room. Okay. Wait, there's something in there that I can do. Like that he just has an office in this place. Just like, yeah. Just smoking. Oh, that's funny. Your character starts coughing when you get close to him smoking. Yeah, he's just chilling, selling stuff in the spoopy castle. I like that he just is hanging out. Just vibing. Hi, Shy. Okay, we need to go to this room, I think. What is that? Oh, God, I'm so bad at reading. Is it this way? It's this way. And it's this way. Nope, it's the other way. Oh my God. Living in the moment, not a phone in sight. Oh my God, do you want to know what's terrible? The last couple of dates I've gone on, which were like forever ago, like before quarantine, every date I went on, the guys were on their phones. Like, literally, fuck you. If you're on a date, put your phone down. I hate men sometimes. I really do. I do. The ambience is so creepy. Like someone is like following me. Don't. Why is restart the first option, dude? I'm gonna accidentally hit it. Oh, I can just break it. Okay. My dumbass. Okay. I'm just gonna swing it at stuff. There's something in this room I haven't gotten. Oh wait, it's probably because the elevator doesn't work. We have to get the elevator to work. She will be loved. She will be loved. What was that? She will be loved. She will be loved. I have a great singing voice, if anyone was wondering. I professionally sing. Song requests at $20. $50 for me to say your name while I'm singing. Thank you so much. Can you imagine? Depop be like, can I break any of the bottles? I can't put anything in there. LR. I want to move to Australia. I feel like that could be a fun time. Hey, Bev. Oh, I know what it wants me to do. I know what it wants me to do. I know what it wants me to do, everybody. Everybody, I got it. We got it, girl. How do I go to my inventory? Don't look at me. It took me longer than it should have. Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
I haven't cut open a man in a while. Let me string you up, slice your jugular, and just watch.
That sounds
Taken
kind of
alive,
sexy.
dead, which would you prefer? You will look wonderful mounted in our hall.
You know, if I was a man, I'd let them. But I'm not, so. I have to go work in a half? No. That's so sad. Wait, where are you at? Is it like nighttime for you? I don't know why that's sending me. That's like me in Disney World when they make you go into those like Alice in Wonderland houses. Those like tiny like houses in Disney. Serena knows. Serena went to Disney. Serena lives at Disney. What the fuck is that? Are those baby chickens? Those like fetus chickens? Okay. Is that a giant grenade? Oh no, it's a barrel. Oh, that's right, because she likes to drink blood, so she probably kills the baby birds. Yeah, okay. You work in a graveyard? Really? Wait, I'm so interested in that. Please tell me more. I want to know what you do. What do you do? I want to know. I will stop the game right now to listen to your life story. I want to know. I want to know, no. What is love? Trust in light. Well, I got 3 ring lights in front of me, so, you know, so true. Oh, you worked the graveyard shift. God damn it. I thought you worked in a graveyard and I could have been like, so have you had any, like, spooky experiences? Aw, man. Walmart's fun, too. Not really, but not as fun as a graveyard. Okay, they into some freaky shit. Do you see this? This is literally a gay bar. This is actually a gay bar. These masks. Hello? Ew, did they poop in there? Is that poop? Huh? I kind of like the sound of that. I would love that. Well, maybe not me. Maybe if I had a big, strong man to do all the work and I could just sit there. What is that noise? Literally, this is what the private rooms at bars look like. Like, exactly the same. This is Megan is Missing. Thank you so much. I'm not hungry, though. There's Megan. Yep, there she just fell from the ceiling. There she is. She's not in a barrel anymore, though. Well, clearly we have some zombie visitors, but I can't see them, so... Ew! Oh my god! Not dead yet. Is this your graveyard shift? These do look like some bitches at Walmart. I.e. me coming in at Walmart to get makeup wipes after a stream. Oh my god. Oh! Back it up. And somebody was already arrested. It was me. Sorry. I almost got arrested at a Walmart. I have history. We have history. We have backstory, me and Walmart. I don't want to waste my ammo. Die, ugly. Fuck you. Haha. 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 Oh. So sorry. I want to go in there.
Cassandra caused all this mess.
Oh! Hey! Oh my god.
I need blood. Warm. Wet. Bright red blood.
Okay, not mine, because mine's probably not warm or wet or red. It's probably like the color of pee. But you know, to each their own.
Innocence is bliss. Where are you going, little one? Bullets cannot harm. You stupid man thing!
I don't know why I turned around.
How dare you bare your teeth at us! Not like this. I'll slice your throat and stuff it with worms.
No, you won't.
This can't be.
No, I don't want to kill her. No. Mwah. Mwah. You're not dead. Mwah. No, 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 no. Oh. What is sticky under my foot right now? It's lash glue. God damn it. There's still 2 more, but I know they're gonna be plucked. So wait, do they have a design on their forehead? Wait, okay, hold on. They do have a design on their forehead. If we play this tomorrow, I will do a cosplay, like a loose cosplay. I have the lace and everything to do like a cosplay of them. It'd be fun. And to do some SFX, that'd be fun. Haven't done them in a while. I can't do Lady D though. I do not have the materials to do that. I mean, I have a wig, but I do not have. I'd be like, oh, oh no! Are these baby goats or little pigs? Oh, is that a? Oh. Excuse me. Are those bananas? Oh no, those are carrots. So true. If I didn't have dysphoria, literally. I like, okay, for me, like, there are a lot of drag streamers on Twitch that are, like, extreme makeup artists. I know I'm certified in being a makeup artist, but I'm certified in being, like, SFX or beauty, like, women's makeup. Like, I am not, like, drag makeup MUA extraordinaire, like the crazy makeup artists are on TikTok and, like, other drag streamers. I can do my face, and I can do a little bit of SFX, and that's it. Like, I do not have a very large variety of makeup looks that I can do. Like, it's just my face that doesn't fit a lot of them, and I just don't look the way I would like. So I don't know how to explain it to you. I see myself as I don't even know how you would put it. I am definitely not a huge, like, creative makeup artist. It's hard for me to do, like, intense, like, cool makeup artist. I'm not very talented. I know that sounds bad, but that's just... I don't know how to explain it. Like, the intricate, like, detailing work that some MUAs do, I'm like... But maybe that's because I don't have the materials to do it. Like, I don't have, like, crazy good makeup products. Like, I have, like, dollar store makeup. And I've never bought in more than that, you know? That's my rant. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I could probably do... What was that? Thank you, Daisy. Wait, so what do you put in these?
I've expanded my services. Please, come take a look.
Oh, yes.
You don't need any of this stuff, right? Yeah, these are not key items.
I've procured some new items for you, Mr.
Oh,
Winters.
puppy.
An interesting selection.
I could have probably not done that because I can just craft it, but it's fine.
You don't quite have the cash on hand.
Yes, I do. Give me a second. What is this? Recoil. Oh, I haven't used that yet. What?
This is all an investment.
Thank you, person. Yeah, I mean, I use, like, drugstore. I think that's, like, what I, like, find a lot of my dragon is, like, I don't like spending a lot on, like, the very expensive makeup. Like, it's hard. First of all, it gives me a lot of anxiety spending money on, like, stuff like that. Like, I know some people love it, but, like, I love just getting, like, Maybelline and CoverGirl from, like, the pharmacy and making it work. I don't know. I find a lot of, like, not camp, but, like, I find a lot of comfort in that. Like, knowing that...
Ah, it's fine. All finished.
Good day, then.
You can look like that. You know what I mean? With, like, not a lot of money. Because that's honestly, like, what I do. Where's the part I just got for this? The 3 fingers is sending. He got his whole hand cut off on the first game, and now he got his whole fingies got cut off. His whole fingies. Dude reminds me of Brock from God of War 4. I love God of War. God of War was one of my favorite games to stream. I don't know if everybody was into it because it doesn't have a lot of engagement on my YouTube channel as much as the other videos. But I loved playing God of War because mythology like really just drives the wedge into my heart. But like I upload to my YouTube for solely so like people could rewatch videos if they missed them or if you want to catch up. That's why I have like supercuts, like the summed up series, like if anybody's missing anything or you need to catch up on something before we stream it. I was trying to upload the Resident Evil 7 stream before tonight's stream, but I'm gonna upload that tonight because my computer ran out of space because I was uploading the Little Nightmares video and the other one. But you know, What can you do? Can only do so much at once. And then I have to edit the Resident Evil one. But like a lot of these games, like for the last couple of months, like I was trying to edit the Little Nightmares 2 one, and like there was not a lot of me talking, even though it's an hour video. Like it's just me like sitting there like playing the video game. I mean, like for this one at least I'm like talking, but I feel like that's because I'm more comfortable and like happy with myself. That's okay, Mia. No, that's all right, Mia. No worries. I don't think I can do anything with this bottle. Oh, I know where to put it. We have to go into the winery. Hey. I'm so smart. Oh my god, my mind. So powerful. Oh, we got a nice key. I'm feeling we have company. Where does that key go? Oh, I'll be happy to have you. I think I will. I think you're the one that asked if I'm streaming tomorrow. I think I will be streaming tomorrow. I think I'll take, as much as I don't want to do 3 streams in a row, I think I will do tomorrow, and then I'll take Sunday and Monday off, and then I'll use those days to upload stuff to YouTube. So, like, hopefully what
Shall I give you the tour?
Huh? Oh. No, I'm okay.
Oh, so thirsty. My throat, it's so dry.
Open! So they're literally vampires. Because they can't see the light. Right? Those are vampires, right? They can't see the light. Oh, vampires can't see cold air? Oh, no, you mean them. Okay. Then why do they live in the cold? Can't they just move to LA? Just move to West Hollywood, girl. You don't have to worry about the cold air. Oh, there's Lady Delta. Okay, I am these girls then. If they hate the cold, that's me. Let's go, girls. Let's go to West Hollywood. Let's move to Eureka, California. Let's go. Come on, Serena. Let's go. Yep.
What have you done to my daughter?
Oh, nothing, nothing. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, me and Serena were looking at places in Eureka, California. We're like, oh, there's a Eureka? We move there. Oh. How sexy is this? Does anyone want to take a bloodbath with me? Women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances to give to the Lord in the bounty sown, so that soon the wine may flow. Women are blind to male advances, so I think she needs her back turned. No, I think... Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, wait. She's the wine. Right? That's wine. Yep, she's wine. These are male advances, and that's... Who is that? But the poor. Oh, these are poor. This is the poor. That's male advances. Trying to understand the riddle. Yes, my pronouns are they, them. I appreciate it. Women are blind to male advances, but the poor shall take their chances to give their lord their bounty sown. What does sown mean? What does bounty sown mean? Oh, did I do it? Oh, I did it. Big brain. It's making something like you reap what you sow. Please. I kind of was just like messing with the... You good, girl? Not them prepping me with shotgun ammo. Paul. Oh! I knew it was coming. Fuck being good. I'm a bad bitch. What was that? Dear God. Yo, bro. Back it up. Yeah, you ugly fuck. What are you gonna do? I knew you were there. I was just letting you get the jump on me. Yeah, watch this! Yeah, what? Come get some, bitch. Okay. No, I was lying. Everybody go back down. Everybody lay back down. Why are we so loud? Did I ask? I don't remember asking for you to come down here, sir. Oh, a nice elevator. Gonna wiggle to the top. Oh, a nice herb. Oh, I'm gonna smoke the shit out of this herb. Ew! What was that? While I'm at a save point, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. Oh my god, is this the first time I'm peeing the entire stream? Wow, my mind. I'm gonna go get cider really quick too. The winner is Rose. Yeah. I have Rose. That's why I said that. Red Solo cup. I fill you up. I didn't put them in the fridge. Oh, there's fizz. Ugh, stop. So quiet, literally. Oops, sorry. Hopefully my cat will come downstairs, because I left my door open. Hopefully we can have Kitty on the stream. Monty, the belated birthday boy. My Monty Populus. My boy. I don't know where he is. Fuck being good. I'm a bad bitch. Oh. Hello? The way she just has another dress. That's so funny. So I got these on lock. Got 20 designer ones. Don't mind me, I'm pouring a drink.
Mother Miranda, I regret to inform you that Ethan Winters has escaped that fool Heisenberg. Because he is in my castle and has already proven too much for my daughters to handle. When I find him... No, Mother Miranda. Yes, of course, I understand the importance of the ceremony. I won't let you down.
I think I'm in my... Oh!
Oh! To hell with the ceremony! That man will pay for what he's done.
Oh, we're gonna have to kill Lady D. I don't want to kill Lady D. But as I was saying, I think I'm in my headband era. I like my headbands. I think my tits are out, but you know, we're gonna pretend like they're not. Can I take the dress? Ethan, can you put the dress on? Oh my god, what size? Like, literally, like, how... Do you think she makes her own garments? Because I don't think you can buy a garment for, like, 8 foot tall. And this mannequin, she had to get custom made. The shoe. This ugly ass shoe, Miss Lady D. The shoe. The shoe. I know Serena's plucked at the shoe. Wait, hello? Can I...
Where are you?
Oh, the baby was here. Is that George Washington? No. Okay, anyways. Oh, she's got pictures. Okay. Can I, like, not be in this room? Oh, not my stomach acting up from that pizza I had. Uh-oh. I too would aim a gun at George Washington if I saw him. So true. Fuck you, George. Bitch. I thought she just opened the door and I almost shit my pants. I would have shit right then and there. Hi, Uncle Coven. How are you doing? How's the move going? I hope it's going swimmingly. Whatever that means. I don't know who invented that catchphrase, but... We all called Mother Miranda to decide the fate of the child's father. Just thinking of the family meeting makes me shudder to think I am treated like a sister by those miscreants. Especially Heisenberg. That riffraff wouldn't have proper manners if I slapped him in the face. I would have sliced him to ribbons if Mother hadn't stopped me. Why does she treat me the same as them? She gave me the castle. Obedient daughters. Wait, does that say obese? Oh, no, it says obedient. I need a drink. Her at the end of the letter, I need a drink. I need a drink for this bitch. I guess I have to go up and around. Oh, can I not go back? Can I help? Yes, please. Thank you for asking. I appreciate it. But also, yes, please help me. I don't know what. I might be missing something because my glasses aren't on. Oh! Thank you! Even though you didn't help, but like, thank you. I knew I was missing something because my glasses are off, so it's hard for me to see things. Oh!
There you go. All this for a child who isn't even here.
What the hell, dude?
You ungrateful, selfish wretch! You come into my house! You lay your filthy man hands on my daughters! And now you even try to steal my property! How dare!
I mean, he deserved it.
Rest while you can! Because I will hunt you! And I will break you!
Go ahead.
So
Do
true.
your worst.
You know, and I would let her. And I would. And I would! You know, men don't deserve rights sometimes. And Ethan is just a prime example of that. Ethan being selfish another day. The music kind of scares me. Oh my god, it's so true. Oh!
Like I'd let you get away. You'll be sliced to ribbons before you ever see a child.
Can I have my hand back?
You will learn what it means to insult house done in bed.
Open the door! What are you waiting for? Mommy?
Running will get you nowhere!
Just wiggle it back on. I can't with him. Are we playing Operation here? Like, what the fuck, dude? Just like, oh yeah, it works again. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. That's not how that works, sir. What is that noise? We've only gotten all of his hands cut off, and he's like, yeah, it's fine. They do look like the Blight. I was gonna say the same thing. Oh. You don't get the sword, which makes me upset. I want the sword. Oh. I'll be going this way. Of this stage, I perform. Hi, gamer. Dear God. Oh my God, I forgot the sister's in here. Oh!
So we finally
No, it's okay! Hello! Me, I hope my cat joins us up here. My cat probably running around crazy because I'm yelling. I'm in a dead end. No! Shh! Shh! Hey! Fuck! I'm not here.
It's a pleasure to see you safe. How were things?
No sign of Rose.
I'm so sorry it turned out that way. Well, you'll find your way to her once.
That's her
you're
weapon,
out of
Serena.
this
It's like
castle.
her signature weapon. It's kind of
Do you
stunning.
have need of anything for the road ahead? Welcome, welcome. You're sure to find something new.
I hope she can't come in here.
Bits and bobs? I see.
Bits and bobs. You're selling bobs? B.O.B. they calling you Bob? So true. Fuck Freddy. Replace Freddy with her. So true, actually.
Aha.
Good luck at work at the
This is all
graveyard.
an investment.
Because you work at the graveyard. You work there now. I don't make the rules. Wait, why can't I just get a lockpick? A recipe mine. Sniper rifle ammo. I don't need that. Oh, extra baggage.
If only you had the funds.
Ooh, I need that.
I'm skilled at all sorts of weapons. Thank you for your patronage.
I'll stay in here. Oh my God. No, she doesn't turn into a locust. That's the daughters. This is the special treasure house? I kind of hope that... Where is she? Where is she at? Oh!
You disgusting outsider!
They shut the secret exit! Oh no. Not this dead end. Oh god. I'm in a dead end! Dear God, if you're here, God. Not the condom ghost. They should have a Scooby-Doo chapter in Dead by Daylight. Like, why have they not? Is Scooby-Doo signed by Disney? Maybe that's why? But that would mean, like, 5 survivors. Well, 4, because they couldn't do Scooby. Unless they did, they added Daphne as the survivor and then made a costume for Velma, and then they did Shaggy as the survivor and did a costume for Fred. I think that could work. Because they've done 2 survivors before.
I won't last until dinner.
Huh? Oh.
How's it feel?
Please! Excuse me!
I guess I should hold back a little.
I've got a big storm coming. Oh, they could easily do Scooby-Doo. If they run out of movies. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't. You know, like, I think it would be so, like, it would actually be camp. That would be camp. Yeah, that'd be awesome. I think they should do that. Where do we have to go? Kind of lost. I only have 1 angel statue. I need 4. Where does this go? A stone mat. So we have Lady D's key. We have the Mask of Sorrow. Flower Swords Ball. Okay, so there's 2 items we could use. So I'm trying to figure out, like, where they would be viable. So this is the first floor. I think we've got a majority of stuff on the first floor. The ball is used in the Duke's room. Where's the Duke's room? Okay, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. No, please help because I'm stuck. I need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna go on my BRB screen. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna put on some funky tunes. I'll be back in 2 seconds. I was singing and I was muted. This is so sad. This is so sick and twisted. It's just imagine it. My cat won't come into my room. It's making me very sad. Monty, come here, baby. He usually shows up in my room around like 3 a.m. because he wants food. I want him to come on stream so bad. Maybe I'll try to get him downstairs later. Well, unfortunately, that means I have to go back this way, and this is where Lady D and the monster is, so... Oh my god. Hey, girl! I'll be going this way!
There you are.
No, it's okay! Hey, Duke, bestie. Okay, so I put something in here. Nope. What if she just walked in? She was like, hey. Oh, I did it. Oh. 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 Oh, wee! Wee! Go that way, go that way. Come on, come on, come on, baby. Get in the hole, get in the hole. Oh, yeah. Just the way he likes it. Oh, I love that. Oh my god, wait, that reminds me of this project I did when I was in makeup school. We had to like draw skulls, and I did mine in red so it looked like that. That's so cute. I love that. That's so cute. It's a bloody skull, and I'm like, oh my god, so cute. First try. Yeah, first try. Oh god, that hurt my jaw. So what can I do with the Crimson Skull? Is it a key item or is it just... Oh, I can sell it. Okay.
Ah, yes, yes.
Wait, can I sell these items? Wait, why is it saying I can sell the angel statue? Don't I need that? Isn't that a key item? Imagination. Can you feel the rush? Can you feel the rush?
Ah!
Where is he selling
What are you buying?
lockpicks?
Just something an old friend of mine used to say.
I don't see lockpicks. Am I crazy? I don't think he sells lockpicks. I'm gonna get the extra bag.
One of my most popular items. Have a wonderful adventure.
Okay, so we need to go to... Oh, you said the Duke's room. This is Duke's room, right? Is that his name, Duke? And that's weird that you can't buy them. Oh. Oh, okay, so then I can...
Ah, yes.
I thought you were supposed to get 4 of those angel statues, but you're not. You can just sell it.
Dissatisfied? I believe this is a fair price. A good deal, if I say so myself.
Such your
then,
bestie.
Feel free to
He's my
peruse.
bestie. We're besties. We go way back.
Huh? Please come again.
What is that room? Oh, that's the elevator. My dumb ass. Oh my god. Fuck.
I won't last until dinner.
I didn't want you
I guess
to.
I should hold back a little.
How am I supposed to kill her if the cold... Oh. Hey, girl. I'll be going this way. Why are we so loud? Girl, fuck off. Oh. Fuck. Fuck. Okay. Just backtracking for no reason? Can I throw it in there? I don't think so. Not a bug in my room. Oh my god, it's one of the sisters. I'm gonna go upstairs.
Play with me some more.
I'm okay. Like, I'm fine. I just went into a dead end.
Mother! Mother!
What? I like that there's 3 people around the entire mansion chasing you, opposed to the first game where there's just 1 at all times, but there's now 3 people.
I was worried my sisters had gotten to you first. Ready?
Oh, you've ruined the hunt! Curse you! No!
I thought she was dead!
Why?
Feel New England weather, bitch! It's cold!
Crazy witch.
This game is based in Massachusetts. You can't convince me otherwise. This is Massachusetts right now. How it feels to chew 5 gum. Well, that went well. Oh. Oh, she passed away. Oh. I want to get in there, though. Why can't I get in there? There's something in here that I haven't picked up yet. What is it? Now there's only 1 sister left. Oh. Oh. What was that? Oh, that's one of the masks. This wig. Wait. Oh my god, look at me. I'm doing so good, guys. I'm doing so great. I'm doing so good. Who's proud of me? I'm proud of myself. Oh. Oh. That's why. I get it. Great gowns. Beautiful gowns. I don't think I have a choice. Watch her drop into this. Can you imagine? I'm usually not good at puzzle games. I smile. Is she gonna jump from there? I wish she would. Oh, now we're back here again. I was just here. Fancy a slice? Onto your slice. Really, fuck off. You aren't scary. You're just annoying. Oh no, I don't have any more ammo. Ammo key. Excuse me.
You disgusting outsider.
Hey, Diva. What's tea, bitch? Oh god, fuck. I'll be going into the winery. Oh god, there's nowhere to go. Fuck. Okay, wait, so if that room is locked from the other side. Interesting. It wants me to do something out there, so I wonder what I have to do. Who's raiding me? Therona! Oh, Therona! Oh. No, you don't see me. Fuck. Therona, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What's going on? I'm so happy to see you. We were just here. Fuck. You look so pretty. Thank you! Thank you. Everybody please follow Therona. Therona, I love Therona so freaking much. You have no idea. And if you didn't have an idea, now you do. Fuck!
Wait long.
I hope you had a lovely stream, Angel. Okay, I literally... Hi, Bright. Sorry, I'm trying to get comfy in my chair. I'm trying to get comfy in this chair. Oh, what did you play? Tell me all about it. Okay. Ugh. Oh my god, please, not Warzone. I tried playing that once and I'm just so bad at it. I think she's approaching. No, I don't want to go down there again. Dear God. Congratulations on your win. Therona, we need to play Apex again. Oh! I almost fell back in my chair. Apex has really been doing it for me lately off stream. I don't really stream it because I can't really see, but... Fudge. I'll go this way. And I'll probably run into her, but it's okay. Where is my cat? I want my cat to come into my room. And I can't get comfy in the chair. Don't look at my tummy. Where are you? Okay, so... What's going on? Please. Oh, this is we're in a good spot. We're in a good spot. We're doing good. This is good. This is good. Wait, this door wasn't open before. Oh wait, this is her room. Oh, a nice red lipstick. Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh my god, it's literally just lipstick. Wait, oh my god, her ugh. She has a dirty ass bathtub. Ugh, you didn't want to clean that before people came over? That's a big ass bathtub though. Go ahead, Miss Thing. Wait, she's a big bathtub, but not a big towel? She has these tiny ass towels. Okay. Why do I hear her? Wait, there's a room over here? There's literally a room in here. Okay. She layers her towels, please. That seems like too much work. Be like, alright. Oh my god, I have to go through this again. Probably. I mean, probably. There's something in these rooms I haven't gotten. Don't tell me she's down here. She's down here, isn't she? I can't get in there. Same. I'm like, what do I do? Literally me right now. I literally have to go through that again? Are you serious? Oh, hey, safety. Can I not jump? Come on, girl, jump it. Jump on it. Jump on it. I have to go all the way around again. Back to the middle and around again. I wake up Mio with some Denali music. I'm gonna run into her. Denali music, yes. Stream Denali. Does she have music out? Probably not. Probably no. Fuck. Remember when I said we were doing good and now we're just flopping? In my flop era. Not the bathroom again. Move aside, it's your girl. Delta. I feel like Delta would hate me if we ever met. LaCroix.
See, there you are.
No. No.
Don't waste my time.
No! Please don't spank me. Well, maybe. Oh, she's gone. Oh, nope, she's right there. Can I go out this way? Oh, nope. Okay. Oh boy, she coming. I'll go in here.
Ah, yes, yes.
Back to the middle and round again. I'll be something, something, something. 100%. Poopy.
Dissatisfied? I believe this is a fair price. This is all an investment, Ethan. Yes, I can see why you'd be interested in that. Aha.
Please! So
Wonderful
true.
adventure.
Me after I have the 40 chicken nuggets. I just feel like that. Like, I will do that. Hey! Yoo-hoo!
You disgusting outsider!
Ah! Oh, she thick. Oh.
Speaking of Delta, I gotta start gifting those bitties for Delta Chair.
Safety, please! I originally thought it would be like funny for like a minute, but everybody's like contemplating actually getting biddies for the Delta Chair emote. Please. I want my cat to be in here. Let me see if I can find my cat. I'll try to lure him in here with treats. He'll eventually come running. He hears the noise of treats and he starts running. Monty! The way he fully disappeared. Like, he was literally at the top of my stairs, and I literally, like... I like, scared him because I, like, started walking towards him, and, you know, I'm a big bitch, so he got scared. And now he's just gone. I was shaking the treats, and now... But I'm leaving them at the door, so maybe he'll come running. He's like, ooh, treats! That's good. What was that? Nice. Would come for a bottle of pills. He literally, like, my cat, like, we have like a little, it's like funny, my cat, we have like a little bar for him. So there's like this little like bar at the kitchen table, or like across from the kitchen table, that no one uses because it's such a tiny bar. I don't know why we even have it. So like we put his food on there, and he like sits up at the bar and like eats his food like with his paws up, and he's like sitting on the chair. It's the cutest thing. I almost just hit the restart button. Jesus fucking Christ.
Aha! Aha!
What? Literally, I love my cat so much. I'm so happy I moved home so I could see my cat more, you know? Fuck. Why? Please! Oh, dodged! Oh, right in front of your dumpy. Okay, that's the elevator room right there. That's the elevator. What's in the dining room? Fuck. Why won't my cat love me? Oh, you want me to play this? Girl, I haven't played like piano in forever. Oh, this makes me miss piano. I have a piano upstairs. I could probably play piano on stream one time. That'd be fun. Oh! Iron Igneous Key? What does that mean? Beautiful. Thank you so much. But I am American. Nope. Don't want to claim that ever in my life. I'm off the... I thought that was her right there, the white door. I was so scared. Where does this key go to? The way I get close to my screen, please. It sends me. Hey. Oh, do you think this goes downstairs? Into the testing room door? What doors are locked? Hold on. Oh, where is that? Oh, wait. That's locked from the other side, though. We can't get in there. Oh. Oh, if we go upstairs, this is what we can use it for. What's wrong? Oh, no, we're not going upstairs, actually. it opens dungeon doors. That makes sense. Fuck my
So you
shit.
finally came to see me. Everyone falls
not
for me
breaking.
in time.
Oh god.
Hey, kiss me. Ow, so mean.
No, I don't want to kill her. She's the last sister.
You can't be serious. Why are you doing this? Why? Why would you do this? I don't want to die.
I don't want to kill you, babe. You're so hot. Oh. I'm sorry, girl.
I'm sick of bugs.
I didn't want to kill her. Next is Lady D. I don't want to kill Lady D. Oh. She passed away. Oh. But actually, oh. That TikTok audio that's like, oh, mommy milkies, give me my milkies. That's literally Lady D's noise. I'm determined to get everything in this room before we leave. Excuse me. I've been drinking. Literally, like, she could have chose any other room and she would have been fine. Like, that doesn't have windows. She could have. They should have just chilled in the dungeon. Who's pissing? Oh. She's missing a tit. She doesn't have a titty. Poor girl. Oh, ding! Let the 5 bells of this chamber ring out. Three, 4. Bing, bang, bong. Is there another one in there? Oh no, there's not. Something tells me there's one in her titty. Oh, there's not. Clap for the bing bang bong. Clap for the bong. Oh. Oh, I see it. Oh. They tried to fool me with that puzzle. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shit my pants. God, he's fucking. He's doing his business. Oh my god, gay rights! Did you see that? Gay rights! Treasure map. Aw. Oh, there's a secret entrance in the kitchen. In the kitchen?! Oh, dead bodies. I knew you were gonna get up. I knew it. You're the worst killer in Dead by Daylight. Get away from me. Oh, lockpick. Give me that. Literally, his hand isn't even glued together with anything. It's just placed on his hand. Like, oh, big titties. A sniper. A sniper rifle. What do they want me to do with it? Obviously they gave it to me for a reason. So, what is the reason? Oh, that might be it. Ew, what is that noise? What is that noise? I hate it. Oh, they're gargoyles. Oh, wait, kind of a serve. Don't touch me, though. Don't touch me. Oh, that wasn't a bird. That was a gargoyle. Watch this. Widowmaker plays. Ooh, headshot. Overwatch, don't fail me now. Ooh, oh. We'll edit that out. We'll edit that out. Oh, you're flying all over. Oh, I get some aimbot. I get some aimbot for this game. I don't want to go down there yet. I want to adventure up here. Can she get up here? God, please. Oh, no, no, no! Get away from me. Just seeing them drop to the ground is sending me. The game's been great. I hope it gets better for you. Why are there so many of y'all? Stay down. Oh, I'm robbing them. Oh. Why is there one in the ground? Huh? Are you alright? Hey, buddy. Hey. Putting those wings to good work, I see. Boom, headshot. Boom, headshot. You didn't see that because I didn't shoot. Aha, tricked you. But watch this, when it comes back, boom, headshot. Oh! Let's go, gamers! I'm incredible. I am the moment. Period. T. That was a pretty pog moment. That was pretty poggers, my dudes and dudettes and non-binary. What's the non-binary term for dude? Dude bees. I tried to fix NBs with dude. Dude bees. My dude bees. Oh, dude works. Dude works so much better.
Okay, I should be able to get out with these.
Oh my god, I got all of them. Oh my god, yay, I'm so cool, I'm so talented. It sounds like duty. Duty. Like if you agree. So true, bestie. You kind of spilled with that one. I pull out my shotgun in preparation for whatever. Oh my god, like my status for Truth Is. Like this post for Truth Is, besties.
Stupid man thing! You won't live long!
Watch, I'm gonna
Even
dodge
if
you. I'm gonna dodge you. I'm dodging. I'm dodging. Oh, I dodged. Oh, period. I told you I was gonna dodge you. Haha. Suck. Pee-pee! Oh, shit. Oh, hee-ha, hoo-hee-ha. Oh! Awooga!
Welcome, welcome. You're sure to find something new.
Okay, I'm gonna go here really quick.
I was just thinking of ways to pass the time. I've gotten some new stock.
Please, S for S.
This should be enough. I see. Anything else? Aha!
Everything's upgraded. Period.
Leave this to me.
I'm eating this up.
Thank you for your patronage.
Thank you, Patreon. Oh.
Now you're finished, Ethan Winters!
No, I'm okay. The door is doing me wonders, madame. Who's fapping? Please, I would always get like 4 out of 10s. So fucking rude. What would you rate me? What would your truth is be for me? Dear God, this does not look friendly. TBH, you're really pretty, but I just like, you're not my type. 3 out of 10. Oh, a coffin. A sarcophagus. Dead bodies. Oh, I'll take that. Thank you so much. He's probably alive. Watch this. He's gonna grab us.
Ruined everything!
Oh no, I wanted that. A Lady D's dying. Bitch is dying.
Flesh, bones, I will devour.
Well.
Looks like your outside matches your inside now. Son of a bitch.
You'll die a painful death.
Oh my God.
You're a lucky man, Ethan. Besides Miranda, this form. Too bad you'll pay for it with your life.
I would let her rip me apart. I'm gonna be completely honest. What is going on? Like, hello? I mean, to be fair, she has the right to be mad. We killed 3 of her daughters. So yeah. We literally killed them for no reason, mind you. Like, there would have been no difference if we just kept them alive. Like, we could have just kept them alive. We just murdered them for money. We literally killed her daughters for money. Like, I just want to put that out there. We just killed her daughters for money.
Dare you talk about saving your daughter when you murdered mine?
I mean, she's making points. Like, we're literally trying to save our daughter, but we just killed 3 of hers. So, who's really the villain here? Ethan, could you please stand? There is so much happening. Are we playing Skyrim now? Like what?
Nothing else to know, Ethan! Don't be shy. Show me your talent.
Where is she? Oh, there she is.
I'll eat you up, every last morsel. Winters! You'll never see your rose again! Succumb to your despair!
In reality, Ethan would be dead by now. Ethan lost his hand, lost 3 fingers, got stabbed by this bitch 3 times, just fell from 500 stories. Oh. Oh, man.
You're the one who's cursed.
Yo, Ethan, all my homies hate you. Nobody likes you, bro. You are the antagonist. We're fighting the protagonists. Nobody likes you. Like, just putting that out there. Ethan is MILF-phobic. Literally just killed MILF of the year. And now we're picking up a jar of pee. Okay. I hope it's her pee. Maybe her pee could live on. Maybe we can make a new body with the pee.
Looks like I'm getting out of this place.
Wait, that's literally pee. Wait, that's literally pee. I was literally joking, but that's pee. Wait, that's literally pee. Me either. I want to do a cosplay of the doll girl. This is literally pee. Who drew the pee cup? Who drew the pee cup? This has piss and shit on it and redacted, but I can't say that word. The C word on it. There's a lot happening with this bot. Oh, I think there's poop right there. Right there. Poopy. Anyways. I'm obviously not going to finish this tonight because I do have to end, but I am streaming tomorrow, and maybe if I don't finish it on Saturday, I'll play it Sunday. That's going to be 4 days of drag in a row. Don't know if I'm ready to commit to that, but I do want to cosplay the doll girl, and I do want to cosplay the sisters, but I can't do Lady D because, first of all, I am not a MILF. Second of all, I just don't radiate MILF energy. I just don't radiate. I don't think that's going to work for me. I feel like other drag queens can do that very well. For me, I don't think that's... I feel like my drag is cutesy and very girly, not very milfy. Milfy, an adjective. I'm not very milfy. I think I'm gonna destroy one of my wigs tomorrow for it. Because I have a honey blonde wig that the lace is fucked up on, but I think I'm gonna like drench it and like add like black tips to it. My eye is really hurting all of a sudden. I'm sorry. Hold on. I think my lash is coming off if I'm honest. No, we're okay. My headband keeps falling though. Oh, and I'm falling. You're accidentally cosplaying the mom from Mean Girls. Please. Nemesis out of context. Put the titty bib on and you're literally her. I literally was like, I'm gonna be comfy drag today, and then I was like, I'm gonna be my Lindsay cosplay, which is not comfy because I'd have to wear tits. Okay, so what now? Ow! Fuck! My jaw is killing me. I don't think eating like crunchy food was helping it either. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Oh. Not my game like almost crashing when I did that, huh? Well, yeah, we kind of have to craft some ammo. Okay, well, we don't have a lot of stuff because we just did a boss fight. So, Can I not? Okay. Sorry, me just murdering fish for no reason.
Hear our voice together as one in reverence. We call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands.
Hello?
As the midnight moon rises
It's
on
Witch
black
Lady.
wings, we await the light at the end. In life and in death, glory to Mother Miranda.
Hey, remember me? I almost died up at that castle. Tell me, what is going on around here?
Hey, girl.
How can a man be almost dead? That's a question for the wise.
You know
I mean,
what
she's spelled.
And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take her?
You're too late. Or maybe almost too late.
Oh, she's got jokes.
The child will be sacrificed, life for life.
What kind of sick medieval shit is this? She's just a baby.
The crests of the four blood
Just have another.
may open the path you seek.
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my daughter.
It's only a riddle if you don't know the answer.
She's spilling. I mean,
Wait a
no
second.
lies detected.
That looks familiar. Hey, wait!
You could just open the door. Oh, or I could not. I literally feel like my lash is gonna fall off. Oh. I love this new wig. I literally love y'all for helping me get this wig. This is my favorite fucking hair. I don't even want to wear anything else. There's no reason to wear anything else. This wig is the moment. I guess we'll have to find out why she died. I mean, it wasn't even like the crazy people that killed her. It was Chris and his team. So. Because Zoe was cooler, please. Ceremony site. Okay. Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Is this a reference to Resident Evil 6? I think this is a reference to Resident Evil 6. I mean, it probably isn't, but I'm gonna pretend like it is. My only complaint with this game so far is that it stutters a lot. Kind of sketchy, but that's the only complaint I have, I think. Dear God. Why? I just used all my ammo, dude. I'm on PC because it was just easier for me to get it on Steam. It doesn't fit this lock. What is that lock? I have so many keys. One of them has to fit it. Come on now. Lame. Oh, this is a dead end. Oh, we're just going this way, okay. I guess we're going over here. Oh.
There you are. I had a feeling you would pop up here.
Hi, King.
It was all worthless.
Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Not sure if it's of value, but...
No shoe on.
You have your daughter right in your own hands.
Huh?
What are you saying?
This is my daughter's pee?
Closer look.
Oh my God.
That flask seems to contain her head.
Oh?
No. What?
I mean, it won't cry now.
Don't say another word. This is impossible. This just can't be.
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village.
Just open the
Seek
door.
out the man who lives there.
Open the pea jar. Open the pea jar. Open the pea jar.
Holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options?
He's like, oh my God, how could you save this? And he's literally glued his hand back on.
The customer is always right. After all.
His daughter is the pea cup. His daughter is the pea cup.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking Joker.
Ethan, he's just trying to help you. Just putting that out there. Maybe not everybody is your enemy. Did you ever think about that? Oh, I don't want to sell her. I want to keep her. I want to keep her.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, ce soir. Oh, this is the door at the beginning of the game, I think. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah. She is the P-Cup. The original P-Cup. Okay. Hello? Hello? My daughter is P-Cup. Please help. Her name's Rose from Drag Race. Megan the Stallion and Rose the P-Cup. So true. What was that? Why are we breaking the set? Hello? Well, that sounds very aggressive. Who's yelling? Marshall, our daughter is the P-Cup. I know this doesn't make sense to you, but I just want to say our daughter is the P-Cup. She is the P-Cup. Marshall, you heard me. See this? This is the P-Cup. You want to know what's inside the P-Cup? Our daughter's head. So this is... Our daughter is the P-Cup. She is the P-Cup. You heard me loud and clear. And we killed, mommy milkers, unfortunately. And and we killed all the sexy sisters. You missed everything. Because they're dead now, so. But there's still 2 other divas we haven't met. And I'm keeping her body, though. This is her body. Oh, she still got big tits. Oh, she got a dumpy! Okay, let me arch my back. That means attack this pussy. That's a lyric. That's a Cupcake song. Thank you so much. Can I go in here? Can I pee here? Oh, pee sensitive topic here on the Nemesis Network. Hello? Who is breaking shit, dude? Hey. An outhouse. Somebody once told me. Haha, funny meme. Haha, poopy. Wait, I just realized when you have an outhouse, you're just pooping on the ground right there. Just like right there. I just realized that. Not everybody talking about pee. Oh, bitch, he fell. Oh, he's presenting it. Hey, sir. I'm single. Oh. Me after stream tonight. Dump out the piss daughter into the... We are so awful. Girl, this house is fucked up. Shit, you know how to clean this up? Oh, there's blood on the ground. Okay, that explains. Oh, a teddy bear! What is this doing here? Oh, it's me. It's the kid's toy. Oh, okay, you can't break it. This guy's gonna get up. We're gonna need a Swiffer. We need a wet jet. A Swiffer wet jet, or whatever they're called. Oh my god, who pooped? That's poop. Oh, another outhouse. Somebody once told me. Is that a dead body? Alright. I feel like every day there's something else that happens with my health. Like today, my fucking teeth hurt. Tomorrow it's gonna be a headache or something. The next day I'm gonna have 500 zits. God is really testing me. Testing my boundaries. G7? Does anyone have a G7? Maddie? Oh, Maddie's got a G7? Bingo! Maddie has bingo! That is not a 0, that's a G. Look out the window. No, I don't wanna. I'm going back to the G7. That's literally not a 0. Look, there's a... Oh, it is a 0. Okay. You know what, all of you, fuck off. Oh, you're supposed to collect the... Ow! That was nasty. That was so fucking... Fuck you. And your mom, bitch. Oh 0704, what does that say? 02? 08? Oh my god, I can't fucking read that. Let me go get it. 08, okay. 0704 08. Oh, I got a new gun. How fun. But I already have the other one. Jack handle? Oh. Do they not give us like a... I don't want to use this gun. I want to use my other one. Wait, which one did we just get? Fuck. Can I organize this? Oh, I can. Nope. There we go. Wait, what is that? Oh, you just put it in your backpack right there! Wait, that's so cool and swag. That's so swaggy. I'm gonna put all my health items down here. And put lockpicks over here. The knife over here. Look how organized this is. I could shit. It's so pretty. Put this over here. Oh, nice. I'm so cool. Fuck. Fuck! Fuck. I was supposed to hit okay. me. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, that hurt my throat. I won't be doing that again. I get exorcised by a demon. I fucking... I become the Tasmanian devil. Alright, someone yell at me in 5 seconds to make sure I hit the save button. Jesus Christ. No, I can use the other gun, I just don't want to right now because it's not upgraded like my first gun. I need to press the save button at the end of this. I need to press the save button at the end of this. I need to press the save button at the end of this. I need to press the save button at the end of this. I need to press the save button at the end of this. I need to press the save button after this. I need to press the save button after this. I need to press the save button after this. I need to press the save button after this. I need to press the save button after this. I need to press the save button. Oh, that's discarding? Oops. Don't want to do that. I thought that was literally just like a storage. I'm pressing the OK button. Oh, we did it. Oh my god. Why did it just get dark? What's going on? I've had enough of y'all. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck my life. It's locked from the other side. Take this, you ugly fucks. You weren't expecting that, were you? From a gay like me. Aha, outsmarted. And that's on period. You want me to climb under this? Girl. I could have told you that. Can you just keep crawling, sir? Just keep crawling, and then we can deal with it later. Where is my cat? I literally told my cat to come. I'm gonna look for my cat again really quick. I want my cat. My cat is done. My cat is gonzo. I don't know where he is. Oh, don't look at my stomach like that. That was a nasty shot of my stomach. Yes, I'm trying to lose weight. Don't remind me. Where's the yellow, where's the yellow house? Where's the house with the red chimney? Where the fuck is it at? Wait, aren't all chimneys red? That is a dumb thing to say. Go to the house with the red chimney. Aren't they all red? Yo, fuck off, dude. You're so ugly. That fucking wig on you? Get out of here. Cut your hair. I don't even... My God. You know, sometimes things that are expensive are worse. What is that noise? Who was gobbling some dick? That would be me. Do you hear that? Someone's getting head. Someone's giving the gack. Or whatever the fuck the lingo is. It's so wet. It's so wet. I'm literally gonna be sick. I need to get out of here. Oh my God, it was a pig. How much to do it? How much? Name your price. I'll do it. Pay the toll. A dick pig! Ho! Should I kill the pig? Fine. You win this time. You win this time. Just kidding! I shouldn't be laughing. That pig flopped so hard. That pig's in its flop era. Oh, I cracked myself up. Ooh. Ooh, shit. Bye, Flop. Just dragging this pig for no reason. It made some nasty noises, so I think that deserved the little 1-2. Where is this home? I'm lost. Oh, there it is. I just went all the way around. For no reason. Oh my god. Okay, I need to go back to where that thing is. Oh, in this... What are these called? Oh, in the outhouse. I've seen it there a few times. Literally, we went from a gorgeous palace to this literal shit-covered place. I feel like I'm gonna accidentally beat the game. Anyways. Girl, fuck off. Y'all are so ugly. What is that? Why does it have special arms? Oh! Bye, Flop. Oh, good morning, Mia. You just missed me murdering a pig for no reason. We killed MILF, sorry. And the hot sisters, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm keeping her. You get like an artifact for killing them though. I don't think I'm gonna sell it. This is her. Her boss fight is pretty cool. But unfortunately, we had to do it. I didn't want to. Ethan wanted to. Ethan is literally the antagonist, and they're the dare me to do it. I'll do it. I will do it. I'll fucking do it. Oh, we need to be nice to this person. I don't think we should kill their chickens. They're gonna tell us how to... Oh, wait, Mia, you also missed the baby. The baby, so we have the pea cup. This is... Remember who drew the pea cup? This is the pea cup. And I want to let you know that our daughter's head is inside the pea cup. So our daughter is the pea cup. That doesn't make any sense to you, but our daughter is the pea cup. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will kill them so hard right now. I want to do it. I want to do it. Okay. We'll see if this lady's nice, and if she's not nice, then we'll kill her chickens. Just being rude to people. Oh shit! Literally. But like, she's got a nice outhouse. Okay. Okay. I just looked at my webcam and I just got so scared by it. I'm like, am I being watched? I looked at my own webcam that I'm using right now on stream and I was like, am I being watched? What's going on? All right. Well, she's dead. And we needed her help. Hey! We need your help. Can you get up? No? Okay. Ooh, what's that? The winged key is a single piece. 3 more parts are needed to make it whole. Oh, that's interesting. To make a hole.
Damn it. Better see the Duke again.
Well, considering the chickens are probably gonna die. Poor things. Wait, I need that. Wait, I don't think that's... Oh, it's just the sink. Oh my god, she was making rolls! Wait, these look good. I would eat those. Where's the dude? Why are there randomly dead bodies here? Why are there organs all over the ground? What? What's going on? I think Duke is this way. I was wrong. Oh. They weren't here 2 seconds ago. Oh, boo! You scare me! Oh, a laptop. Oh. I thought I could break it. That'd be a funny meme. Oh, I don't want to go that way. Oh, but I think I want to go this way. Oh. Wait, I can go in here. I want to go in here. Hey. What are chickens doing in the graveyard? Trigger warning, graveyards. Well, maybe that's actually trigger warning. Oh my god, literally, I can't go outside in the cold anymore after that funeral I had to go to the other day. When I tell y'all, I don't even think I told this story on stream yet, but when I was literally at that funeral, I went out, I think I have told this, I went out in like no jacket, like shorts, like I had a long sleeve on, but it was like basically nothing, because like my parents were wearing like sweaters and like jackets to prepare if it did rain, and then it ended up raining like so hard at the funeral that all of us were standing there in the pouring rain, and it was literally so cold. The wind was unbearable. Like the wind was terrible. Like I've never been that cold in my life. I almost passed out from being like cold, and that was like 3 days ago. That might be why I'm in so much pain still, but like it was literally the coldest. Like I'd never thought I could pass out from being cold. Like I literally thought I was gonna pass out from being freezing cold. It was such a weird moment in time. I think I actually have to go into the graveyard. I don't know if I got sick or not. Would you get sick the night after? I mean, probably, right? don't think I can get anything in here. It's just bad. I don't know where Duke is, though. Like, where are you at, buddy? So I need to go out this door. This is the wrong way. Okay, this makes more sense. Hey, Duke.
How was it? Did you learn anything?
I found these feathers. Now tell me how to fix this like you said you would.
Settle down. First, you must use that key and collect all of your little roses flasks.
Where are the rest of them?
There are 4 in total. You have the one, and the other lords have the rest.
Lords?
Mother Miranda is the cold, calculating ruler of this village. 4 lords serve under her. The first you've already met, the Lady Demetresse.
Rest in peace. Whatever the fucking prayer is.
The second lives deep in a valley of mist.
Fucking queen. I fucking love you. I love you. I love you.
None of her playmates have ever come back from that dank old estate. The third is Moreau, a being of twisted flesh that lives in the reservoir past the windmills. It is said that he is not the only monster that lives in those waters.
Dear God.
The fourth and most dangerous is Heisenberg. He works in his factory on the village
Like Heineken, like the beer?
And the project. Let's just say parts of the human imagination are better left alone.
How is this? Okay. Okay, first of all, how is this game only 10 hours? I mean, I guess we'll find out, but like, literally there's so much to do. Like, hello? I feel like you have to speedrun to get this done really fast.
If you truly wish to save your daughter, you must first gather the 4 flasks. I'll do you a personal favor. I've marked the Lord's locations on your map. Some treasures still lurk in this village. I'm sure each one will prove of great use to you.
Why are you doing all this?
Why, it's all part of our first-class customer
Someone
service.
said it's only 10 hours, but I'm like...
Please do come again soon.
If you have to fight 3 more bosses and then the final boss, like... And then go through all their dungeons, like, this seems like a lot.
Welcome. Ah, yes, I have you.
We have to
Find
collect
some
our
quality
baby that has
ingredients and
gotten
bring them to
sliced
me.
up. Collect our baby that everybody has just taken.
This should be enough. Do let me know if you find anything else of value.
Right?
Oh, yes.
I could see this lasting like the same amount as the other Resident Evil,
Please
if
let
not
me know
longer.
if you'd like to strengthen your weapons.
I don't know. I feel like gamers complain about literally fucking everything. Like, enjoy the fucking game, dude. Like, shut the fuck up and enjoy the game.
Sorry, but I do not give discounts. Good day, then.
Didn't want to do that. Does he take a Groupon? Good night, Maddie. Oh, congrats on your backs. Oh, that rhymed. Which one's the better one? I think it's the...
Ah, yes, yes.
It's the M9, okay.
Thank you for your patronage.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so the next boss, if we're gonna fight them, I think I'll do the next boss and then probably end and then go off tomorrow. Hopefully. Can we choose which one we want to do, or do we have to go in order? No, look on the map, she's crossed off like she's dead. Oh wait, there's weapons. Wait, I want to get those. Let's go back and get those. I want those. Oh, can we not get that? Oh no, we can. No, we can't. Wait, can we? What is that? Is that a? That's a locked door. We can get the maestros. Oh, damn, that sucks. I don't want to kill the doll girl. Because then we won't have any more divas besides the final boss. We'll just have men for the next couple hours. That's sad. The doll girl is honestly, like, my favorite, because she reminds me... Anyone that's, like, evil and, like, manic, like Harley Quinn tease and Nui Harame are my favorite type of horror villain. Oh, we have to move this. How do we move this? Do you think a pipe bomb would kill it? That answers that. I don't think we can get any of them. Except for maybe the one at the house of the people that we left to die. Oh my god, why is there so much shit in here? Oh, that is a creepy fucking teddy bear. Get that away from me. What the fuck? Oh. What a great game, though. What a great game so far. I'm impressed. I am. People that have bad reviews have bad taste. And they're probably homophobic or misogynistic, but... It's like... Ugh. It's like when Birds of Prey came out. Remember when Birds of Prey came out, all of the men were reviewing it, and they were like, ugh, XYZ. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god. Oh, we're being raided. Hi, welcome in, raiders. Oh my gosh, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid party of 6. Stabigail, I love that. It took me a minute to get it. I love that, Stabigail. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Welcome in, everybody. I have followers only mode on. I just turned it off so everybody can come in here and post the raid message, but please drop a follow so I can turn it back on because people have been horrible with spoilers. Thank you so much. How was your stream? Thank you for the raid of 6. Anybody joining? I'm Nemesis, Air on the Network here every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. I'm in full drag every stream. It's Friday, and I'm streaming. I usually don't do that, but with this game, I had to stream. Probably gonna stream tomorrow, doing lots of drag, lots of gaming. But thank you for coming. I'm gonna put the mode back in. How was your stream? Tell me all about it. I really appreciate the raid. I want the weapon that's over here. Oh! Was that what I needed? Yeah, it's her heirloom. Oh, it's probably... What's with all the toilets that are nice? Man, there's lots of stuff over here. What are those? Explosive rounds? Wait. Oh. I was like, oh, we can use that as a... I'm just scared of spoilers. I don't want people to spoil this game. Stupid trolls. Magnum ammo? I don't have magnum ammo. How's everybody doing tonight? How we doing? Thank you all for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you hanging. Happy to spend time with everybody. We'll spend time with each other tomorrow as well. Okay, cute. Oh, we can go back into that house. That might be worth exploring. Okay, anyways, I think we have to go this way. Walk this way. I'm gonna save. It's refreshing when a new game comes out, honestly. I feel like I can stream so long and have fun with it. I do like older gen games, but also like, I don't know, there's something about new gen games that are like this one that are just like straight to the point. You know? I don't know. There's something charming. There's something charming there. How do I get to the part where I was at? Okay, merchant. To go up the secret tunnel. Secret tunnel! Can you believe I've never seen Avatar? I'm done. I'm canceled. Not the movie, the anime. What was that?
What the hell?
Okay. NT ways.
Well,
Can I get
then,
anything before I
feel
go?
free to peruse.
What is there? Pipe bombs, sniper rifle ammo, more storage. I want handgun ammo.
Yes, I can see why you'd be interested in that.
I don't really need sniper ammo. Okay.
Till next we meet.
Where are we going? New adventure. No, I don't want to kill this girl yet. This is the doll girl. I don't wanna. She's a serve. I'm not your plastic doll. Plastic doll. You can go back. I think there was another four-wing door. Really? Let's find out. A 1, a 2, a 3. Oh wait, you're right. This is 4 wings. I think. Oh no, it's decorated. Wait, what? Oh yeah, it doesn't have the little thing on it. So yeah, we have to go this way. Poopy poopy fart fart. Poopy poopy fart fart. My new single. There once was a nemesis that wanted to have their cat on stream. And their cat said, no heart. Told them to fuck themselves. Very sad about this. Just want my cat to come hang out. I think my cat hates gay people. I believe it. Oh my god, it's the bridge to Terabithia! Ooh. Ooh. This is like the bridge in that one Shrek movie that Shrek and Donkey try to cross. This is gonna break, isn't it? Oh wow, it didn't break. So it really is the bridge from Shrek.
Ethan.
What?
Aw.
Ethan, come with me.
Hey, it's
There's
Mia.
something I have to tell you.
Mia?
Mia?
What's going on?
So true, Mia, bestie.
Rose feels different. Ethan, you have to fix her.
But what's wrong with her?
What the hell is this?
Everyone leaves me. Even Rose. I don't want to be alone.
This
Girl,
can't be
Mia's
real.
dead. The Bob on the doll. We'll be so calling you Bob. Oh, thank you, Spooky.
Am I losing it?
No, I think you are losing it. I think you are. The wig. The shoe. Please. Let me open the door. Hi, Zane. Let me open the door! Come on, let me in. It's your girl. Oh, I have to put the photo in the door? That's interesting, isn't it? Still 3 fingers. You couldn't get the other you couldn't get the other 2 fingers and put them back on like your hand when it got cut off. Can you turn on your flashlight? It's dark in here. Okay, or just don't, Ethan, it's fine. Why are we going deeper into this? Okay. Oh no, we're going up. Oh, nice. Did someone not pay the light bill? Like, what's going on? All the foundation on my nose coming off. Oh. That's nice. Come with me, Ethan. I'm not your plastic. I just spit. Wait, is there a waterfall? Oh, I want to live here. Oh, yes. I think we are. I think she's so cool. The doll maker, like, design, she's so cool. Hello? Is anyone here? What a lovely home you have. Oh, you dropped something. Would you like me to pick it up for you, honey? What is that shadow? Huh? Okay. Anyways. Oh, that's love. Oh, who's this gorgeous beauty? Stunned. What was that? Oh, I draw some fruit for you. Hello. I'm looking for my wife. Have you seen my wife? Have you seen my bear tibbers? Oh my god, a doll maker skin for Annie. That'd be so fun. Oh my god, Dolly Parton. Her name's Dolly Parton. Have you seen my wife? The doll just standing. The doll T-posing. I want this blanket. Looks nice and— oh, a futon! Oh, I love a futon. I love a futon. Who is making noises? Please. Why did we just walk into this person's house, though? Hello? I have to vent about something. My stepdad, sometimes he falls asleep on the toilet upstairs, like up above my room. So sometimes he's like asleep on the toilet and he drops his phone. So I literally just thought something happened in game that happened in real life and I almost shit my pants. Like I heard the noise above me and I was like, I guess we'll go in the elevator. Welcome back. Hello? Not me just whipping out a fucking giant sniper rifle. Where's the doll? Oh, this looks lovely. Hey! Is someone over here? Oh, there's no one. The bob. This wig. Oh, some tunes. I throw some ass to the music. Hey, queen! We're on the doll lady. I'm gonna look around first, if you don't mind. Oh, there's a dead body on the table. Okay, anyways. Hey, girl.
I've been waiting for so long. I'd make a much better daughter than Rose. Please, won't you stay with me forever?
What?
No, it's true, it's true.
Wait, where's my gun?
Oh, I don't have any weapons.
Whoa! That's a kid! Can you believe it? She's so energetic, it's crazy.
Is that supposed to be Mia?
Is this a doll of Mia?
Ugh. The doll could have asked. So true. Or just taking her ring. So rude. Not blood-covered ring. So I need something to cut the something to cut the bandages. Oh, not the eye. Oh, not the eye. Oh, not the eye. Yeah, we did, unfortunately. Okay. Hello? Maybe I should check over here before I go in there. Just no weapons. Okay. Lots of puzzles. Lots of puzzles. Lots of... What was that? I have to pee, actually. Hold on. I'll put on some funky tunes. The cat has been spotted. The cat has been spotted. God damn it. Every time I go to see him and then he runs away. I went to go pee and then he just ran from me. Monty, why? Not it being 3 a.m. What the fuck, dude? Who said that? Who said it's 3 a.m.? Not I. Do I have to hide? Don't. You're joking. No way. It's 10 past midnight. Yeah, but I'm on a bad sleeping schedule anyway, so it wouldn't be really different. I'm up until like 7 a.m. And I have to stay up till 7 a.m. because if I try to not sleep at 7 a.m., I'll wake up like 3 hours later. It's really bad. Oh, hey. No, I didn't. I'm really just like... There's a thing in it. Oh, really? Oh. I washed my key. I mean, my ring. He like hides at my stairs and never comes into my room until I pick him up and throw him in here. I like left a trail of treats to see if he would come in here. I just want to get him on camera. My cute little baby. Oh, is that when they got married? Oh, 5/29/11. Wait, do wedding rings have that on that? Is that like a thing? Wedding rings have the date? I never thought of that. That's actually kind of cute. I have been stepped on by the tall lady. Unfortunately, I cannot be stopped. That's really cute, though. I want to get married. But, like, not to an annoying man. I'm gonna open this just in case. We get matching rings.
Why is this here?
Oh, it's their box. It's the song that they used to love. What the fuck is this Morse code bullshit? Huh? Oh, I see. I see. Hi, Dave. I like what? Yeah, right, same. I mean, I don't know. I obviously want to commit to someone, but I don't want people to be like, oh my god, and be like psychotic, you know? I don't know. I love the theatrics of a wedding, but, you know. I know a man would probably annoy me eventually, so. Commitment doesn't scare me, honestly. Oh, I did it! I did that first try. Wait. Did I just do that first try? Like, no memes. I just did that first try. I literally guessed. Wait, what did I get from it? I got tweezers. Oh, so true. Yeah, but commitment doesn't really scare me, honestly. Like, I was committed to the same person for, what? Almost 3 years and we almost got married? It doesn't scare me, but, like, what scares me is people getting disinterested. For me, I honestly, like, don't get disinterested. It's just, like, people understanding my quirks and, like, what makes my mind work. And if people are, like, disinterested with that and they come and go, it's like, sure, like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, people, like, just don't understand me and, like, how I operate, and that's what puts me off. Like, for one, my ex that I was almost gonna get married to literally just didn't think that I was gonna be able to stream. And he thought it was a dumb idea and just didn't think it was a thing. And then I got on Twitch front page 4 times, and then I got in a Twitch ad, and he still, like, didn't even recognize it. So, like, people just not and, like, days I want to be alone. Some people are just like, oh my god, love and affection all the time. And I'm like, I need to work. Like, leave me the fuck alone. Like, and it should be like that. I don't know how to explain it, but, you know, that's how my mind works. Literally just have an open mind to things. It's literally not that hard. Just open your mind. Open your big brain. Yeah, that's where it's like, okay, like, literally choke on a fat shit. People that commit and then they play like they're not. Like, honestly, go D-word. Literally go D-word. I will put you in a funeral home. Like, you are awful. Hi, Joe. That actually kind of scared me. Can I oh. Can I cut the thing with tweezers? Okay, tweezers are sharp. You can cut that. Oh. Yeah, my ex cheated on me like 3 times too. And then I'm getting heated talking about exes. I remember I remember his phone was open, right? His phone was open and I saw someone Snapchat him, so I swiped it because, listen, if you, okay, I understand your phone is your privacy. Like, hear me out. Your phone is your privacy, right? Your phone is your privacy. But if you're committed to someone and just so happens it comes up on your phone, I should be able to open that and I shouldn't have to worry that you're cheating on me. So I opened it and it was literally like, oh my God, you're so sexy, babe. Like, sexting. And then I got blamed because I was going through his phone. You shouldn't have that on your phone anyway, you fucking... Like, you could look through my phone in and out and you wouldn't find anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have that care in the world. I don't give a fuck. Like, I literally don't give a fuck. I'm such an open book. People that lie and cheat and all that shit... Oh my God, I hate men. I hate men. Those are the men I hate. When I say I hate men, I mean specifically those men. Those men I hate. I can't do it. I really can't. Anyways, let's put these tweezers in her mouth.
I can't do anything. Anything but this.
Oh no, I know. And I dumped his ass a while ago. It's been almost a year now, so honestly, I'm loving it. Just not having, like, I'm gonna be completely honest too. I've tried to like date like prior, like honestly, like in the last year, and as much as I love dating and the theatrics of it, maybe I would want someone that's like there but just like not ready to commit. I don't know, like take it really slow. Like, I really am just not the type of person that's like, let's text every day and this and that. I'm like, I have work to do, please, like, text me another day. Like, I am just that right now. I'm really involved in right now I'm involved in my career, my streaming, my drag, my gender identity, and my friends and my family. There's, honestly, and that is already 6 subjects too much. Like, I don't know. I'm venting here now. Just venting for no reason. For no reason. Cheaters are trash. Honestly, like, when I find the right person, I will find the... I live by the statement that it will come when it comes, and it'll feel right when it's right. Like, you're not... I don't go on these dating apps. I don't go on Grindr. I don't go on Tinder. I don't go on all these dating apps, and I'm looking to find someone. When it comes, it comes. Oh. And when it happens, it'll happen, and it'll feel right. It'll feel organic. You know what I'm saying? Like, if someone is really infatuated with me and really wants to pursue things, it'll happen. It will happen. I'm just not going to go searching for it, because searching for it is forcing it, and it's too much. You know? I don't know how to make that make more sense. It will feel right when it's right. Like, I shouldn't have to... I don't know how to explain this anymore. Oh my God, literally. Someone that helps my goals and supports... Honestly, like, okay, I've had this conversation before, and, like, streamer Twitter was going up about it. I'm not saying that, like, if you're my partner, you have to come to every stream. You don't have to. Like, I honestly, like, it's good to have space. Like, streaming is my work. Like, this is my job. Like, I do this as a job, basically, during the pandemic, because I've been unemployed because I'm a freelance makeup artist and I can't work otherwise. So this is essentially my job. So it's good to have space. Like, you don't have to come to every stream. But supporting your partner and what they love and, like, what they need to do is something so important to me. Like, maybe coming out to, like, 2 streams a week, or even 1 stream, or, like, just making an effort to come to a stream. You know what I'm saying? I will not lie, though. If you come to every stream, I will marry you. So, like... This lash is about to come off. Oh, dear God. yeah, I don't crave a relationship, but if I want one, it'll happen. You know? I'm also still really young. I'm 22. And some people don't think 22 is young, but 22 is young, girl. Like, you're literally like halfway to midlife. Like, Joe, fuck off. Okay, there's something over here. Is it in this room? What are you thinking, Kitten? What's going through your mind? I think I'm very mature for my age. Also, like, not to vent about another thing, but like, I moved out when I was 18. Like, I moved out immediately, moved to New York City, and I graduated from makeup school. Like, I did it fast. Like, so for me to, like, I know some people shame living at home. Honestly, like, that needs to be denormalized, living at home, because first of all, we're in a pandemic. Second of all, our generation compared to our parents' generation, we don't make enough as they do. And they had houses, bitch. We don't have a house, like, or we can not even be close to affording it. Like, you could work probably for like years on years, but you would not be close to buying a house or putting a mortgage down. Like, it would take a while for our generation. I mean, it probably does for people. So that's the first thing. Second of all, like, I moved out so quick. Like, I got kicked out of the house at 18. Like, I fully matured and everything. Like, I like to pride myself on, I did that, and I'm very mature, and I did a lot of things when I was really young. But that's because I had to, if that makes sense. Yeah, and honestly, like, my family is not the best right now either, so, like, living at home is, like, kind of the move. But also, my sister goes to college soon, so I'll be the only kid here, which is kind of weird, but we'll see how that goes. I just want to buy a house. I would love to buy a house, but like, it's so impossible this day and age. I honestly have no idea what order to put these in. House is here? No, House is asleep. House has SATs in the morning. Everybody wish House good luck. I remember House was like, oh my god, I don't have school on Friday. And I was like, oops, I'm streaming all day on Friday. And then he was like, oh, I have SATs on Saturday. There's a note on the table. Oh! Rose, best friend in the whole world. She really likes this fairy tale. The most important thing in the world to us. The wedding gift from Grandpa. Proof of Ethan's everlasting love for me. So the ring goes last. Rose's best friend in the whole world. The teddy bear goes first. She likes this fairy tale. Eat book. The most important part is the kid. Could you imagine the wedding box? Oh my god, renting? Like, who normalized 600 to 3,000 a month? Like, and then paying electric and stuff? Like, like, that is ridiculous. For what? Like, what is that paying for? Like, y'all are shit. You get to own. Honestly, buying condos too, because you get to own that condo and then you can sell it eventually. Like, you're paying it off, you know? The daughter is cut up into pieces and spread into 4 different pea jars. Is this not it? Oh. My lashes literally feel like they're gonna fall off. I'm gonna have to end soon because I literally have to shower, de-drag, sleep, then wake up and do this again tomorrow. But I also have to find the cosplay for tomorrow because we're gonna do one of the sisters. Zane, please! I haven't played this before, please. You keep asking questions and it's spoiling. Alright, all night, no sleep. Please. Me reading that like you're actually talking. Oh, how lovely. No worries. You want to know something scary? This looks exactly like my aunt's house. She collects porcelain dolls, and we used to make fun of her because of this when we were little. She has them all in her living room. There's like all along the walls are porcelain dolls, like everywhere. Like, looks exactly like this. Like, I'm not even lying. Like, she doesn't even do this for a creepy reason. She just collects porcelain dolls. Like, they're just like this. Not to sound, it's exhausting. We're stuck in the system that, yeah, literally. I just literally got screwed over from food stamps. They just cut me off, and I'm like, you need to give government assistance to people that need help. Like, you're gonna have me starve now? Thanks. Like, I had a breakdown. I literally was at the store, and it declined my card, and I was like, what the fuck? What was that? Oh my god. Fuck. No comment. No, it's not. But does Forever 21 have sweatsuits? Because I will buy every color. I want this in every color. That would be such a serve. Wait. If I had this in like blue or like green. My mind. So powerful. Let me give you a hand. So funny. You're kidding. Did they really? I'm gonna shit my pants. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, they don't have any sweatsuits anymore. They're all sold out. Oh. I can't find them on the website. Oh, wait. I found a silver one, but it's sold out. Yeah, I think they're all sold out. Oh, damn. I wish I knew about this sooner. Oh, wait, they're selling them on Pretty Little Thing. They have them in lime. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm literally gonna sell my soul. There's one in lime green. There's one in burgundy. I'm gonna ship my diaper. Someone give me money right now. I'm literally about to buy all of these. Wait, Fisher, what size did you order? The size guide. Oh my god, fuck. Did they just have small, medium, and large? Because this one has like actual like numbers. Ugh. Oh, they're on sale. Fisher! Fisher making me just spend money. Help. I want big though. I like big. Oh my god, there's a teal. I'm gonna shit on the floor right now. Like right now. Like literally right now. I think I'd be a size 10. I'm trying to think of someone that has like the same body type as me. Like I'd be like, what's your size? But I like don't know. Like what are these numbers? I hate when it's not small, medium, large. Like, what do you mean? Okay, I'm bookmarking this, and then after stream, I'm probably gonna order like 10 of these. Ugh, I'm so bad. Spending so much money lately. Oh! They're probably gonna go out of sale soon. I mean, out of stock soon, because they're probably gonna get sold out everywhere. So I have to get it. I mean, I won't lie. I do have a sponsorship deal very soon that I will be working very hard for that money for. But also, you will see me exhausted for probably a couple months. But that's okay. What was that? Just cutting her shirt off. So rude. I want my weapons back. I just upgraded them. Come on. It's your girl. But no, Fisher, this isn't from Forever 21. This is from, you know, a certain sales website that did a Bratz doll collection. But I had to. It was Bratz. Come on. Oh, I did it. Oh, dear God. What the fuck, dude? All right. This is charming. Hey, everyone. Oh, it's rocking. We will rock you, bum. Ba-da-ba-ba. Buddy, you're a ba-ba beep, bada boo, bada beep, bada boo, bada beep, bop boo, bada on your face. Big mistake. Oh. Hey everyone, I'm gonna climb up the ladder and nothing bad is gonna happen. Okay, that's the worst noise I could hear. Get that out. Stop. Stop. Shut up. This is the worst noise ever. The scariest noise in the game. I'm gonna be sick. Mommy needs some liquor. Red rum. Red Ew, is that an umbilical cord? Ew, why is it moving? I bet she got a long umbilical cord. Can we cut it up into pieces and all eat it like we're eating the placenta? What is that? It's a baby! I'm not your daddy. Do I look like? It's literally a giant fetus. It's literally a giant fucking unborn fetus. It's a demon fetus. House, please! Oh my god, isn't she cute? Ew, it has legs! It has legs! It has long legs! This is why I don't want kids. Is that a fucking stop with the babies. I can't with this. Oh my god. You're shitting me, dude. Oh, she flopped. Flop. A flop. Oh. Oh my god, wait, they're bandages. I can just do that. Oh my god, I'm so smart. My mind. We're about to piss our pants. I just know it. The relief of a child. Sure. Yeah. Uh-huh. I can't believe they have tracksuits like that. Fisher, I'm so mad at you, but I also love you for telling me that. The way I'm literally gonna spend my life away! I didn't open that. Why do I have to hide? Why? Why would I need to hide? Riddle me that. Pretty little thing. They're the Juicy Couture tracksuits. Stop moaning. Ugh. I'd rather get, like, attacked. There's nothing little about me, please. Huh? But there's something pretty about you, Serena. There's nothing pretty or little about that thing. It's so... There's nothing in this world more annoying than a baby's fucking cry. This doesn't scare me, this repulses me. Like, shut the fuck up. Whatever. I'm over this fucking baby. How did it come through over here? Can I just go through walls? Wait, what did we get? Oh, the fuse. Oh my god! I am not your daddy! Let me in, please! Please let me in! Shut that door! That actually got my heart like racing. Jesus Christ. What's so funny? What is so funny? What is so funny? Why are you laughing? This is literally my aunt's house. I'm not even lying to you. This is literally my aunt's house.
Don't leave. I can't let you.
You're still alive, huh? Before my friends murder you!
Sir.
Your life, son, alive.
Wait!
Try and find me.
I mean, you're probably up here. Hey, girl. Oh!
Everything would be better if Rose wasn't born.
Fucking monster.
That wasn't very nice. What cosplay should I do tomorrow? Should I do this doll or should I do the three witch sisters? Because I could very well do both. But I think we'll finish the game. I wish I had whiteout contacts.
You do this to Rose, too.
I don't know.
You're never going to get out of here. Stupid idiot! What are you doing to my cute friends?
Oh shit.
It's over. Mia, we'll make things right.
Aw, man.
What?
Oh, the pea jar! It's the pea cup!
Good.
Pea cup number
We need to
2!
get out of this place. So that's who was behind all this? That makes 2.
I'm about to end safety, so no worries. Miss Angie's a serve. We just have Angie with us. Oh, we can sell her? That is rude. That is just rude. She is such a serve. I love her character design. I'm trying to look at the head so I can like get a idea of like what I can do tomorrow for the makeup. She has like a black choker on. Just like a rotted kind of aesthetic. Oh, she has a green hair? I was just gonna do white. Do I have a white top like that? I don't think I do. I have lace, though. I have, like, a lot of white lace. I don't have a flower crown, though. I was just gonna do a veil. I'll pull out stuff that I think I can do for both of these. Is there a third eye? That's not a third eye. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, that's so weird. They didn't really go into depth about her. Like, who is Donna? They never told us who Donna was. And we just killed Donna. You're right, House. It would have felt more significant if, like, they did something else, but they really didn't. But I will say that was a fun little, like, chapter. I did enjoy that. I think what I would want to do is I'd want to paint white, and then I'd want to, like, do, like, instead of, like, contouring, I would want to do, like, spongy, make it look like it's, like, rotted, because she's, like, kind of like a rotted doll. Like, not, like, rotted like that, but, like, she's more rotted in the face. We don't know Serena. We don't know her. We don't know any of the backstory about her. And apparently they don't dive into it. But I guess Angie is a marionette doll, so she was being used by the girl that was in the... I guess her name's Donna. So she must have been, like, an invisible witch or something, because, like, at the beginning of the game, she moves around by herself. So I guess maybe Donna is a witch that can control Angie while she's invisible. Yeah, that'd be fun. I would like to just see that. Maybe you play as an antagonist that gets murdered before the game starts, and you're supposed to, like, you're, like, working with them, but you get murdered before the game starts so you can learn more about the characters. That would be fun. Hello? Okay. Excuse me. You are ugly. Get out of my face. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's another secret. I need, like, an orb for it. Hi, Jay. Who is Luther? What the? There's so much happening. Oh, here's something. Mistress Donna is now Mother Miranda's adopted daughter, and all my years I've never been this overjoyed. Ever since the childhood, she always feared others due to the scar around her face. After her parents' death, she locked her away and would only talk to Angie, the doll her father made her. I am forever thankful for Mother Miranda's infinite compassion. Mistress Donna seems happy. It might be the imagination, but I feel like her doll Angie is even more lively than before. She came to me in a garden today and used Angie to come to talk with me. We had a mighty fine conversation. Something about receiving the gift of power from Mother. Mistress Donna gave me yellow flowers and told me to plant them in the garden. I planted them with in front of Miss Claudia's grave. I don't know if it's the scent of the flowers, but I felt lightheaded. Then like a dream, I saw my departed wife. As I mentioned this to Donna, she seemed thrilled by it. She told me to go to the house tomorrow to see her. She said I could see my family once more. I'm Not sure what she meant by that, but she's so kind. So Donna, the person that was owned Angie, the doll, is Miranda, which is the main antagonist's adopted daughter. So I guess she has special abilities. And she uses the yellow flowers to help communicate with the dead. Bye, Marshall. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the save point back in town and then end because I'll leave that for tomorrow. What the fuck? I'm just trying to get back to town. Y'all. Oh no, I did get it. I was like, wait, I never got the P cup, but I got it. I was so scared. I was like, oh my god, we have to go all the way back. Oh, he's holding one of the dolls.
Does this look familiar to you?
Oh, he has a kitchen now? Oh, that's fun.
I've procured some new items for you, Mr. Winters. Au revoir.
Alrighty. That's a good spot to end. Thank you, I had a blast. Oops, wrong screen. Oops, wrong screen again. Oh my god. I need to edit my Stream Deck. I haven't used my Stream Deck in ages. So thank you all for joining. I obviously am gonna end because it is pretty late. It's what, 4 a.m. here on the East Coast.
And watch them open this right now.
Oh. Oh, so Deer finished the game. So we are going to raid. Let me see if this person's ending before I raid them, because I hate like raiding and then just, you know. But I will be on tomorrow. I'll hopefully start earlier so we can do a creative makeup. We'll see how it goes. I'm gonna quickly shower and then I'm gonna go look in my drag closet to see which cosplay would be more obtainable tonight. If anybody could do me a favor, so I don't spoil myself on the ending, could anybody, thank you, they're coffee earrings. Could somebody, like, potentially send pictures of Angie and the witches into my Discord so I don't accidentally Google them and find a spoiler? I don't know if that's possible, but if anyone could do that, that would be so lovely, because I don't want to spoil myself. Just reference pictures. But we're gonna raid now. Let me raid. I think this is the right. Oh, I did the wrong username. Thank you, Bev. Thank you, Serena, for the raid call. We're gonna raid Bella. If anyone knows, me and Bella started drag together. I love them so much. They're playing Dead by Daylight. Because I think a lot of people that were streaming Resident Evil have finished it by now, and hopefully we'll be part of that gang tomorrow. And then after we play Resident Evil, I'm not sure. Oh, we have to play Nier Automata. So we'll play Nier Automata after we finish Resident Evil, the new Nier Automata, and I'll be doing my Nier Automata cosplay of 2B. So I will see you on the next one. I'll be live tomorrow, depending on how I feel. If not, then we'll be live Sunday. Just stay tuned. Just, look at my Discord for notifications, my Twitter, my everything. But thank you again for all the rates, the support tonight, all the subs, all the biddies. But I'll be live tomorrow or Sunday. Thank you for coming out. Bye. I love you all.
It's the best gen.